देखिए, एक झूठे फर्जी आरोप जो हैं वो कांग्रेस पार्टी लगा रही है, क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी के एमएलए के खिलाफ जब एक डिमार्केशन का केस चल रहा था, उस डिमार्केशन के केस में उनके खिलाफ ये सामने पाया गया कि उन्होंने एक नाजायज कब्जा किया हुआ एक लैंड के ऊपर। तो उससे वो कांग्रेस पार्टी को जब पता चला वो तिलमिला गए, तो उसके बाद ऐसे फर्जी झूठे जो दोष हैं वो लगा दिए गए।
बहुत ही गंभीर एलिगेशंस लगाए हैं।
देखिए जी, बिल्कुल फर्जी है। एक साजिश जो है वो कांग्रेस पार्टी हमेशा रचती रहती है।
Colleague Lalit is joining us live in the broadcast for more. Lalit, well, we've seen that there have been many allegations in the past as well against Bhagwan Mann, but Bhagwan Mann, the Chief Minister, being drunk, in a drunk state in the assembly is a very, very serious charge. And now there are now calls for a test, an alcometer test also coming in from none other than but the LOP himself. Lalit, can you hear me? All right, we'll just reconnect with Lalit in a short while from now. He's getting us more and more reactions from the assembly, because you can see that slogans have been raised against Bhagwan Mann. In fact, the alcometer test of not just Chief Minister Mamata, but all MLAs there is being demanded by the LOP. It's called for a mandatory dope testing also of Bhagwan Singh Mann. And there have been many allegations being made by his opponents in the past that he's a heavy drinker, that he's been, there are claims made that he drinks day and night, and which have been refuted by the Aam Aadmi Party. And for what? For what? Okay, we'll once again listen in to Pratap Singh Bajwa's reaction.
ये देखो, ऐसे है, आपको हालात बताई दिए, इससे गंभीर हालात और बदकिस्मती के हालात क्या हो सकते हैं। जो लीडर ऑफ द हाउस है, चीफ मिनिस्टर है मौजूदा, वो अगर शराबी हालत में हाउस में आ जाए तो हाउस कैसे चलेगा। वन ऑफ द सीनियर मेंबर्स ऑफ द हाउस पॉइंटेड आउट टुडे ही वाज इन अ ड्रंकन कंडीशन। तो एज लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन आई हैव डिमांडेड एक ब्रेथलाइजर टेस्ट और वो जो शराब का और डोप टेस्ट सारी असेंबली का करवाया थे। चीफ मिनिस्टर का पहले हो, दूसरा मेरा हो, फिर इनकी जितनी कैबिनेट उसका और सारे एमएलएस का मौजूदा दरवाजे बंद किए जाएं, पीजीआई के डॉक्टर्स बुलाए गए और इधर डोप टेस्ट हो उनका। जी
बहुत ही गंभीर चीज है सर ये, जिस तरह
इससे और गंभीर क्या हो सकती है। इफ द हेड ऑफ अ स्टेट कम्स ड्रंक टू द असेंबली, व्हाट एल्स डू यू एक्सपेक्ट, व्हाट डू दी
क्या डिमांड क्या कर रहे हैं सर।
हम यही कर रहे हैं कि अभी टेस्ट करवाया जाए। ही स्टिल इन द असेंबली।
सर, सेशन के पीछे क्या लगता है कि कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन लानी थी आज?
नहीं, वो देखो, ये तो एक तरीका था। बेसिकली ये बताना चाहते थे अभी एमएलएज हमारे साथ, और ये पार्टी अकेली ऐसी पार्टी है जो एक दफा 22 में सितंबर में भी ये इन्होंने मेजॉरिटी शो करने की कोशिश की जब ऑपरेशन लोटस का टाइम था। अब फिर सेकंड टाइम ये हो रहा है, और ये बेसिकली तो ऑपोजिशन पार्टी मूव करती, हमने तो किया नहीं, क्योंकि उसके लिए जो स्ट्रेंथ चाहिए वो हमारे पास नंबर नहीं है। यू नीड 1/5 टू गो। तो ये बिल्कुल ये देखो, ऐसे है, आपको हालात बताई दिए, इससे गंभीर हालात और बदकिस्मती के हालात क्या हो सकते हैं। जो लीडर ऑफ द हाउस है, चीफ मिनिस्टर है मौजूदा, वो अगर शराबी हालत में हाउस में आ जाए तो हाउस कैसे चलेगा। वन ऑफ द सीनियर मेंबर्स ऑफ द हाउस पॉइंटेड आउट टुडे ही वाज इन अ ड्रंकन कंडीशन। तो एज लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन आई हैव डिमांडेड एक ब्रेथलाइजर टेस्ट और वो जो शराब का और डोप टेस्ट सारी असेंबली का करवाया थे। चीफ मिनिस्टर का पहले हो, दूसरा मेरा हो, फिर इनकी जितनी कैबिनेट उसका और सारे एमएलएस का मौजूदा दरवाजे बंद किए जाएं, पीजीआई के डॉक्टर्स बुलाए गए और इधर डोप टेस्ट हो उनका। जी
बहुत ही गंभीर चीज है सर ये, जिस तरह
इससे और गंभीर क्या हो सकती है। इफ द हेड ऑफ अ स्टेट कम्स ड्रंक टू द असेंबली, व्हाट एल्स डू यू एक्सपेक्ट, व्हाट डू दी
क्या डिमांड क्या कर रहे हैं सर।
हम यही कर रहे हैं कि अभी टेस्ट करवाया जाए। ही स्टिल इन द असेंबली।
सर, सेशन के पीछे क्या लगता है कि कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन लानी थी आज?
नहीं, वो देखो, ये तो एक तरीका था। बेसिकली ये बताना चाहते थे अभी एमएलएज हमारे साथ, और ये पार्टी अकेली ऐसी पार्टी है जो एक दफा 22 में सितंबर में भी ये इन्होंने मेजॉरिटी शो करने की कोशिश की जब ऑपरेशन लोटस का टाइम था, अब फिर सेकंड टाइम ये हो रहा है। और ये बेसिकली तो ऑपोजिशन पार्टी मूव करती, हमने तो किया नहीं, क्योंकि उसके लिए जो स्ट्रेंथ चाहिए वो हमारे पास नंबर नहीं है। यू नीड 1/5 टू गो। तो ये
Lalit is joining us live on the broadcast. Lalit, tell us more details as far as this serious allegation against Bhagwan Mann is concerned. The Congress is now upping the ante. More trouble brewing for the Aam Aadmi Party.
Very serious allegations have been put by the opposition. And if you talk about the leader of opposition of Punjab, Mr. Pratap Singh Bajwa, he has put the allegation and even given a letter to the Speaker of Punjab, Kultar Singh, in which he has demanded that a dope test of the Chief Minister with all the cabinet ministers and the opposition should be done. For that, the doctors from the PGI should be called. So these are the allegations which have been put forward by the leader of opposition, Pratap Bajwa, as there are allegations that the Chief Minister of Punjab, Mr. Bhagwant Mann, entered into the Vidhan Sabha under the influence of liquor. So all the opposition parties of Punjab, whether it's the BJP or the Akali Dal, they have shared the video of the Punjab Chief Minister while speaking in the Vidhan Sabha and have demanded that the dope test and the alcometer test should be conducted of all the ministers, all the MLAs present in the Vidhan Sabha. Other than that, if you talk about the letter which was being given to the Speaker of Punjab, Mr. Kultar Singh, that letter has been rejected by the Speaker, saying that no such demand would be taken into consideration by the opposition which was being given. So there are very serious allegations against
Absolutely. Of course, we have to wait and see what the Aam Aadmi Party says. Thank you so much, Lalit, for the time being joining us on that story. Viewers, now shifting focus to Bengal once again. The Trinamool Congress MP, Kalyan Banerjee, has sparked outrage after crossing the line with a series of personal attacks and insults against Home Minister Amit Shah, calling him Gunda, Jallad, coward, dirty man, also saying, I will turn you upside down. And these are the this is the kind of words that have been used against the Home Minister of the country. In fact, it goes on to say that Shah had come to a state to threaten the opposition leaders ahead of the elections. And this is what Kalyan Banerjee says, that he's working for the BJP, that he comes and held out the threats, hurled the threats. We have the statement of Kalyan Banerjee. I think we can play that out.
He is working only for the Bharatiya Janata Party. And Amit Shah came here and held out threats. A Home Minister being a Gunda. He's a Gunda. He's a Jalla. He's organized the entire thing, sitting here in 15 days. How to remove Trinamool Congress? How to attack them? Give the police personnel all power so that arrest them. Amit Shah has done it. Amit Shah has done it, all these illegal activities. He's a dirty man. Completely dirty man. His original was in at Gujarat was Gunda. Gunda means is in his blood. And he has organized and government set up Gundami. And the learned lawyer of the Election Commission has said the governor's house is the control room. Can you imagine where we have gone in West Bengal? Is it a free and fair election? Is it free and fair election?
And we have Priyanka Tibrewal, BJP leader and candidate from Mentali, joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Tibrewal, we just heard what Kalyan Banerjee had to say. This strong room drama still continues. But now we see that TMC MP is going on to call Mr. Amit Shah names and also threatening. And in fact, now he's alleging that Mr. Amit Shah has been threatening the opposition leaders in Bengal ahead of elections.
See, they have lost from everywhere. They are nowhere on the ground now. This is nothing but sheer frustration. And that is so much visible. And I believe they have some dope effects also. So a dope test has to be done on most of the TMC leaders. The way they are, shouting from the very first day when the process of SIR started, they did not want that SIR should take place. Thereafter, when the central forces came in, they did not want that the election should happen under the vigilance of the central forces. Now they are crying foul over the, the machines and the strong room and all that. They were so equipped with the process of cheating under the State Election Commission that they exactly know what had went wrong because they were the people who had done all sort of such things. But now, since vigilance is so strong, nothing can happen, so they are crying foul. So let them cry foul, doesn't matter, because people of Bengal have heard their abuses on TMC by the way of their votes. They have taken out, they have willingness to vote for BJP. And now they are left with no options. TMC has to see that Kamal har jagah khil gaya hai.
Seen that there are many insults that are being heard, but do you feel that there is a lot of, what we see is that the TMC is so spooked by even the numbers that have come out, or we've seen that the kind of turnout is being witnessed. Perhaps that's also one of the reasons why the leaders, the MPs from the Trinamool are resorting to such antics now.
Everybody has seen their drama. Nothing is now left. They know everything is over. Now they are so scared what will happen on the 4th, because on 2nd of May in 2021, the way they spread violence everywhere in Bengal. But I would like to tell them that this is BJP and our culture and ideology is completely different from yours. So we assure you that there won't be any violence anywhere in West Bengal, unlike you guys did in 2021. So don't be scared. Peacefully stay at your places.
So there has been allegations of manipulation that have been put to rest by the Election Commission, but we see that the outrage among the TMC, the workers and the none other than the BJP, I beg your pardon, the TMC chief and the West Bengal CM is palpable. We see that she has been camping there at the strong room for a long time, and going on to, make several allegations which have been now thwarted, refuted by the Election Commission. What do you have to say about that entire episode?
Kalyan Banerjee has been very sound everywhere, whether it was the courts, whether it was on the streets, everywhere, he has been very vocal. So he should understand, being an advocate, that allegations are allegations without evidence. If they had any evidence, they would have produced it in the court of law, whether it was the High Court or whether it was the Supreme Court. Number of times he has gone. Now also he's there wasting the time of the courts, because he needs to understand that there are many important cases which has to be dealt by the court. So do not disturb the courts like this. And that is the reason now nobody is entertaining him, neither the Supreme Court nor the High Court. He has wasted all his energy and that has gone all in vain, because everybody knows on the face of it that this is nothing but theatrics, drama.
Absolutely. Well, we see the response that is coming in from the BJP viewers, but the kind of language that has been used by several others also, Ms. Tibrewal, we've seen the kind of statements that have been given by some other leaders as well against Amit Shah. Time and again, because we've seen that Amit Shah has been, for a long time working in West Bengal very closely ahead of the elections. And from likes of Mahua Moito to many others, they've been making many claims against Amit Shah, against the Prime Minister also. And they've been raking up the sort of a sub-nationalistic kind of statements are also being made when the Prime Minister has jhalmuri, from the street vendor. They make statements and after statements against him against the top brass of the BJP. All the star campaigners have been targeted time and again. What do you have to say to all of them when they continue to make these these kind of statements, even going on to their state, talking about Gujarat, talking about who is outsider, the Boire Goto undertones in their statements continue?
Everything has failed. All their plans have failed, whether it was Bairagato, whether it was Bengali Ashmita, whether it was about the Bengali language, whether it was about taking names of all the great personalities of Bengal. Nothing worked this time. That is the reason they are so frustrated. That is the reason I would say that, भाई हम तो रास्ते से जा रहे थे, भेल मूड़ी खा रहे थे, तुमको मिर्ची लगी तो मैं क्या करूं? So that is exactly what has happened. See how low they have gone. They had nothing to talk about their work, if at all they had done in 15 years. Their entire campaign was throw BJP out. Their entire campaign was BJP should not win. But why? Give us one valid reason why BJP should not win Bengal. You were unable to state what work of development you have done in the last 15 years. People were frustrated with TMC. They gave a proper and fit response to that. Now that they are frustrated, nothing can save them. They know that very well because they have been missing from the ground. They have been missing through the rallies. That is the reason from the very first day they have been continuously abusing our Honorable Home Minister and Prime Minister.
All right.
But that would not work. Rather, it has gone against them. Again, I would like to say, tumko mirchi lagi to hum kya kare?
All right, very rightly put it out there. Thank you so much, Mr. Tibrewal, for joining us on Republic TV with your reaction on the statement coming in from TMC MP. Now, viewers, we shift our focus to more, of course, the more stories that are coming in from West Bengal. Now, we have Sukanta Majumdar, the Union Minister and Bengal BJP leader. He has trained his guns against Mamata Banerjee, saying that Mamata Banerjee is so rattled. Now she has sensed that she is losing not only Bhawanipur, but they've not just Bhawanipur, but also the state. And this furiousness led to yesterday night incident. He goes on to write, and I quote, TMC is behaving like the opposition party. BJP used to do similar when we were in opposition, and we know this tactic. So now Mamata Banerjee has sensed that she is going to sit in the opposition and doing same things. No election in Bengal is without violence, but first time I'm assuring no violence will be on counting day, and security arrangement is more than the requirement. This time the result of West Bengal will shock you, claims Sukanta Majumdar. Sukanta Majumdar is the Union Minister and is also, of course, senior BJP leader in Bengal. And he has said that this time the result of West Bengal will shock you. So confidence is being exuded, leader after leader from the BJP. Of course, we see the responses coming in against the Strongroom drama, the TMC protest drama. Listen in to Sukanta Majumdar.
यूनियन मिनिस्टर सुकांता मजुमदार इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। मिस्टर मजुमदार, जिस तरह से कल रात की घटना सामने आई, काउंटिंग सेंटर के बाहर ममता बनर्जी खुद पहुंची, खुद स्ट्रांग रूम के अंदर गई, और लगातार टीएमसी का जो एलिगेशन है सीआरपीएफ को लेकर, पैरा फोर्सेस को लेकर के, डिलीशन कोएशन को लेकर के, इसको बीजेपी कैसे देखती?
देखिए, मुझे लगता है कि ममता बनर्जी कल से ही विरोधी मोड में चली गई हैं। उनको भी पता चल गया है कि बीजेपी की सरकार होने वाली है, और इसलिए ये धरना प्रदर्शन जो विरोधियों का काम होता है, विरोधी पार्टी में जो रहते हैं, बीजेपी ने बहुत धरना प्रदर्शन किया। और जो एलिगेशंस हम पहले लगाते थे, हम डरते थे कि ईवीएम का चेंज ना हो जाए, तृणमूल कांग्रेस ऐसे करने में वो माहिर है वहाँ पे, तो स्वाभाविक रूप से वो उस तरीके की एलिगेशंस आज ममता बनर्जी और उनकी पार्टी के लोग लगा रहे हैं, जो दर्शाता है कि ममता बनर्जी भी अंदर से मान चुकी है कि उनकी पार्टी जाने वाली है, उनकी सरकार जाने वाली है, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार आने वाली है।
क्या आपको लगता है कि चीफ मिनिस्टर बहुत रैटल्ड हो गई हैं, बहुत डेस्परेट हो गई हैं? लेकिन उन्होंने एक वीडियो मैसेज भी जारी किया था जिसमें उन्होंने कहा अपने कार्यकर्ताओं को कि घबराने की जरूरत नहीं है, एग्जिट पोल सारे प्लान सारे एग्जिट पोल खरीदे हुए हैं और सरकार ममता बनर्जी ही बना रही हैं।
देखिए, सुबह ममता बनर्जी ने अपने कार्यकर्ताओं को जोश और कॉन्फिडेंस बनाए रखने के लिए इस तरीके की बयान उन्होंने जारी किया, वीडियो जारी किया। लेकिन शाम तक आते आते देखिए, अंदर का टेंशन तो बाहर थोड़ी रुका जा सकता है, सब तो नहीं रख सकते। तो उसी टेंशन के कारण अंदर जो टेंशन हो रहा था उनका, वो बाहर आ गया शाम आते आते, और कॉन्फिडेंस जो सुबह इतनी ऊपर थी वो कॉन्फिडेंस यहाँ तक आ गई। और उनको भी अंदर भी पता है ना कि बीजेपी की सरकार होने जा रही है, इसलिए डर के मारे वो धरने प्रदर्शन पे बैठ गई। ऑपोजिशन का जो रोल होता है, तो मुझे लगता है कि टीएमसी ने खुद मान लिया है कि वो ऑपोजिशन में बैठने वाली है, और इसीलिए ऑपोजिशन मोड ही ऑन करके रखी है।
जिस तरह की फोर्सेस की तैनाती काउंटिंग सेंटर पर की गई है शेखावट गर्ल्स हाई स्कूल के बाहर, उसके अलावा भी 87 पोलिंग काउंटिंग सेंटर्स थे, उनको कम करके 77 काउंटिंग सेंटर कर दिया है। ओवरऑल पोस्ट पोल वायलेंस की बहुत बात कही जा रही है, इसलिए कहा जा रहा है 3 लेयर सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस का डिप्लॉयमेंट काउंटिंग सेंटर्स पर किया गया है। ये अरेंजमेंट को आप कैसे देखते हैं? आप मानते हैं कि इस बार जो वायलेंस है वो पहले से भी ज्यादा होने वाला है?
देखिए, वायलेंस बंगाल के राजनीति में हमेशा सही रहा है, स्पेशली जब से लेफ्ट यहाँ पे एक्टिविटी शुरू किया था। उसके बाद टीएमसी ने उसको चरम सीमा पर टीएमसी ने लेके गया वायलेंस को। और इस बार जिस तरीके से इलेक्शन कमीशन ने वोट को हैंडल किया है, उसको देखते हुए मुझे लगता है कि अगर इस तरीके की व्यवस्था रही नए सरकार बनने तक, यानी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने तक, तो कोई पोस्ट पोल वायलेंस ज़्यादा नहीं हो पाएगा। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार भी सेंट्रल फोर्सेस की हेल्प लेकर जो पोस्ट पोल वायलेंस होगा उसको रोकने की कोशिश करेंगे और रोक के दिखाएंगे इसको।
बीजेपी की क्या तैयारी है? सुनने में आया कि 1 और 2 तारीख को वर्कशॉप भी बुलाई गई है, किस तरह से काउंटिंग सेंटर्स पे बीजेपी के एजेंट्स की भी अपनी तैयारी होनी चाहिए पुख्ता तौर पे। तो आप लोग भी कैसे इंश्योर कर रहे हैं कि काउंटिंग सही हो, काउंटिंग रिग ना हो और कोई समस्या ना आए?
देखिए, काउंटिंग में हमारे कार्यकर्ता जो जाएंगे उसको तो ट्रेनिंग देना हर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का काम होता है, तो उसका ट्रेनिंग भी होगा। पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के नाते वो हमारा काम है, शुरू हो चुका है उसकी तैयारी। और हम कार्यकर्ता को, यानी काउंटिंग एजेंट जिसे बोला जाता है, काउंटिंग एजेंट सबको उनकी ट्रेनिंग होगी बाकायदा, क्या क्या चीज़ों पर ध्यान रखना है, कैसे ऑब्जेक्शन जताना है, जहाँ पे ऑब्जेक्शन की ज़रूरत होगी तो कहाँ पे रिकाउंटिंग की अगर ज़रूरत होगी वहाँ पे सारी चीज़ें समझाने के लिए हमारा वर्कशॉप हो रहा है। हमारे कार्यकर्ता लास्ट 2-3 इलेक्शनों से इस पे एक्सपीरियंस भी है। पहले हमारे पास ऐसे कार्यकर्ता की संख्या में कमी थी जो एक्सपीरियंस कार्यकर्ता है। अभी हमारे कार्यकर्ता धीरे धीरे 24 देख चुके हैं, वो इससे पहले 21 देख चुके, 19 देख चुके, कॉन्जिक्यूटिव 3 इलेक्शंस में जिन लोगों ने काम किया वो भी बहुत एक्सपीरियंस हो चुके हैं। मुझे लगता है काउंटिंग में भी ज़्यादा समस्या नहीं होगी।
सबकी निगाहें भवानीपुर पे टिकी हुई है कि भवानीपुर का रिजल्ट क्या आएगा। आप लोग को क्या लग रहा है, भवानीपुर एकदम एज पर है, बाकी वहां से जीत होगी या ममता रिटेन कर लेंगे अपनी सीट?
देखिए, मुझे लगता है कि भवानीपुर में हमारे लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन शुभेंदु अधिकारी जी जीतने वाले हैं और अच्छी खासी मतों से वो जीतने वाले हैं।
एक आखिरी सवाल दादा, एग्जिट पोस्ट में सबने 140, 145, 150, 170 के अराउंड बीजेपी को दिखाया है, लेकिन आप लोग अपने जो आप लोग का इंटरनल स्टैट्स कहता है, आप लोग कितने नंबर एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, मुझे जो लगता है कि 170 से ज़्यादा सीटों के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने जा रही है और रिजल्ट ऐसा आ सकता है, जो हवा चली है वो हवा अगर हम सब सही से समझ पाए हैं, ऐसा भी संख्या आ सकती है जो संख्या हम कभी सोचे नहीं है।
यानी कि चौंकाने वाला नतीजा
वाला नतीजा भी हो सकता है। वो हवा जो हवा चली है उसको भाप पाना इतनी आसान नहीं है।
All right, with that, with that, we will slip into a very, very short break, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, we get you the story that has been confirmed, Republic TV's news break, the scoop that has been confirmed, ECI. The Election Commission has officially decided to reduce the number of counting centers in Bengal from 87 to 77. What's behind that? We'll tell you after this short break.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before.
"13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The
Welcome back, viewers. Now news from across the globe. President Trump is turning up the heat on Tehran, claiming Iran is badly looking for a deal. Just repeating this claim, with the US as its economy is spiraling. Now, citing the combined pressure of a collapsing financial system, US military action, and a tightening naval blockade, the President of America is now questioning just how much longer can the Iranian government actually hold it out. There's more in this report.
Nations all over the globe continue to face an economic and energy crisis consequent to the West Asia war and its complications. And amidst this, an April ceasefire hung by a thread. Even now, as of May 1, Trump's claims on negotiations to have come a long way are contradicted by his own social media issued warnings for Iran. Most recently, however, the American president made a series of claims about Iran, its internal situation, and ongoing Washington's actions there, asserting that American intervention has prevented mass executions and significantly degraded Iran's military capabilities. All of this, as he affirmed, the impending deal to be more of Iran's plea, alleging there to be an urgency for Iran to strike a ceasefire deal amid leadership confusion and military capabilities failing.
I don't know what stubborn is, because really nobody knows what the talks are except myself and a couple of other people. They want to make a deal badly. We have a problem because nobody knows for sure who the leaders are. It's a little bit of a problem, you know. The leaders have been wiped out. along with their military, almost all of their military. I mean, think of it. 159 ships was their total Navy. 159 ships are gone. They're underwater. They're way below sea level. Sea level is a big difference. Pretty deep waters over there, too. So, I don't know that we need it. We might need it. We might need it.
Trump did not stop there. He, in fact, went on to laud the US's military capabilities for obliterating Iranian military capabilities and credited recent pressure tactics, including actions involving the Strait of Hormuz, for weakening Iran's position.
Look, the country's doing really well, and that's despite a military operation. I don't call it a war. We'd rather have a military operation. We're really, I mean, Iran is dying to make a deal. I can only tell you that. I don't want to get into it, but they cannot be nuclear. Other than that, but their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone. Every ounce of any form of equipment practically is gone. You know, their drone factories are about 82% down, and their missile factories are almost 90% down. And many of their missiles have been knocked out. They used some, but we knocked out more than they used. And it's pretty amazing what's happened. They want to make a deal. But despite the fact that we are in what some people would call a war, we just hit a new high today on the stock market. We have S&P is through the roof. They're through the roof.
And that's not all. He acknowledged the impact of the blockade as he spoke about the economic impact Iran's faced consequent to the naval blockade on Hormuz, obstructing its primary oil tradings.
Can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon, and their economy is crashing. The blockade is incredible. The power of the blockade is incredible. They're not getting any money from oil, and hopefully it can be worked out very soon.
More importantly, he reiterated his stance on how Iran is to not have any nuclear power.
If we didn't have that B-2 bomber, if we didn't go in and do what we did, we obliterated that nuclear capacity of theirs, and so they didn't get the nuclear bomb. If we didn't do that attack, should have been done long before I came along by other presidents or by another country or something, but it should have been done long before I came along. But they are in very bad shape. They've got nothing going, including leadership. I mean, you know, their leaders are gone. Now they have a whole new, their first string leaders are gone, their second string leaders are gone. Now we're dealing with their third string. But we'll see what happens.
All of these claims from Washington amid Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian on Thursday denounced the U.S. naval blockade as an extension of military operations against Iran, calling its continuation intolerable. What's left to be seen is when and how the taunts back and forth will eventually translate into a successful ceasefire deal struck amidst the sparring nations.
Viewers, on the other side, we get you on the update coming in. Republic scoop confirmed. The Election Commission officially decides to reduce the number of counting centers in Bengal from 87 to 77.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Reports emerge that President Trump is set to convene high-level meetings on the war in Iran as CENTCOM also briefed the US President on final blow to Iran. Reports emerge of cracks in Iran administration. Reports say Pezeshkian, Gharibaf and others want Arakchi out. Death toll rises to 9 after tourist cruise boat capsizes during a sudden storm. Several feared missing. Rescue efforts underway. Supreme Court grants bail to Congress leader Pawan Khera over forgery case but imposes restriction on travelling abroad and directs him to cooperate with probe. Clearest video of the shooter, Cole Allen, emerges. Fresh visuals shows him racing past security while officials quickly respond by taking him down. Commercial LPG prices hiked by 993 rupees amid war, pushing cylinder prices past the 3,000 rupee mark. Petrol and diesel rates remain steady. Amit Shah addresses massive crowd in Ladakh on Budh Purnima during his historic visit, asserts that only peace and compassion can solve unrest in the region. And India's gross GST collections hit a record high of 2.43 lakh crore rupees in April 2026, marking an 8.7% year-on-year growth.
And there's breaking news coming in. An election office belonging to TVK candidate Ramesh was set on fire allegedly by unidentified people today in Petavatthalai area under the Union Srirangam Assembly constituency. A formal complaint has been lodged at the local police station by the party's union secretary seeking immediate action against those responsible. The police have now been urged to identify and arrest the culprits at the earliest. We're now getting you the breaking news that's just coming in. And TVK has filed a complaint seeking action. Let me go across to my colleague Sharda, joining us live from Chennai. Sharda, there's a complaint that's been filed. Give us details about what's happened now that the election office belonging to TVK candidate was allegedly set on fire.
Well, the TVK party office in Trichy East was burnt to fire last night, and the police are investigating the case. They are to identify whether it was electric malfunction or it was some vandalizers who burned the office down. The question in place is whether the TVK's allegation is true. The TVK is alleging that the DMK, the former who did not apply, allowed them to open the office initially, even before the elections. They pointed out towards them, telling that the allegation is against them, saying that they might have used vandalizers to burn down the office. This comes after the exit polls showed TVK in leading numbers, while the DMK comes as secondary after the TVK, showing Vijay leading the race in certain exit polls. However, the DMK is though sure on winning this poll, though they directly do not acknowledge Vijay's party TVK to be in direct competition. They also agree that this 30% of vote share being taken by a political debut party would seem to be a threat to them in the future as well. And now the party office being burned down, the election office which was used only for the election purpose was the temporary office. Now the TVK, which is likely to win in multiple constituencies, is setting up permanent offices of the party in different district headquarters, and this particular office which is being burned down was a temporary office of the TVK in Trichy, where in Trichy East is where Vijay is contesting from, and this particular office was set up in the Srirangam constituency.
Thank you, Sharda, for giving us those details. Viewers, the other top focus, we are now shifting to West Bengal. Prohibitory orders have also now been put and clamped by the Kolkata police at 7 counting centres in Kolkata. Prohibitory orders imposed outside the several areas, the Bhawanipur counting centre and the EVM Strongroom, Shekhawat Memorial Girls High School. There's a huge cordon of the Kolkata police outside and the paramilitary forces laid outside that centre. We are showing you what's been happening right there. There are prohibitory orders that have been imposed outside the counting centre and the strong room. They've been imposed outside Mamata's constituency. There's a huge presence of Kolkata police and the paramilitary forces there. I want to go across to Harsha joining us live. But before I go across to my colleague, let me show you the various reactions coming on our top story.
First of all, the allegations are totally false and baseless. Because Mamata Banerjee has come to know very strongly that she is losing West Bengal. Therefore, the cause of defeat or the responsibility of the defeat should not devolve upon her shoulders. That is why she is creating a false narrative of tampering and all that, what all she has said yesterday. She has become a habitual complainter now. We all know that wherever the machines have been kept are closely guarded by the forces, as also the video cameras have also been put there. So there cannot be any tampering at all by anybody. In spite of knowing all these things, if Mamata Banerjee is doing such a political drama, that clearly shows that she is losing the ground miserably.
Sir, we are just a few days away from the final verdict in West Bengal, a long political haul, not just for BJP but also for other political parties campaigning in West Bengal. Now, these are some serious allegations that are put by TMC and Mamata Banerjee on a constitutional body. Election Commission of India, however, have clarified in this regard. Now, this coming from a chief minister of a state, how do you see that?
Well, we have just few days before, we have seen the comments made by Honorable Supreme Court when Mamata Banerjee tried to intervene in the investigations carried out by some government agency. In the same fashion, now she is targeting every constitutional authority in one way or the other. Whereas the Election Commission has already clarified everything. And in democracy, if you have any grudge or any complaint, you have all kind of avenues with you. Still, the counting is yet to take place. But Mamata Banerjee and her party colleagues are creating an environment where they could level business charges of tampering the machine or casting reflections on impartiality of the Election Commission. And this is not the first time. Every time, not only Mamata Banerjee, but any political party in a position, if they lose the battle, then the easy target becomes the EVM and the Election Commission. And of course, the BJP, because under the dynamic and visionary leadership of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, the people are reposing their utter faith in his leadership. That is why these political parties in opposition are not only making false allegations, targeting not only the Election Commission or the constitutional bodies, but even the BJP, and these all charges are totally baseless.
Everything in the strong room is under the cover of the CCTV cameras, and the access of the CCTV cameras with each political party also. And then it's there outside the strong rooms also, the room where the complete projection of CCTV camera is there. But fact is, it is a panic of losing election, and then to cover that up, she is doing all this. Now, what will she say after she loses election? Well, she has to say that, oh, the events were tampered, or there was some rigging in the election. I mean, that's all she can do now. But fact is that everything is on board, and everyone has access. Only thing which happened, which I've seen on the TV channels, is that, and as per the Election Commission, that it was the postal ballot which was segregated, for which notification was being sent in advance to each political party that at 4 o'clock it will happen. And it's a very mandatory process. There's nothing unusual, and it was not happening in the strong room. It was in another room which was happening. And again, that all was under CCTV camera. But as there's a panic of losing election, that's why she's doing all this drama and theatre now.
Sir, she is also alleged that the CCTV cameras were shut down and the people enter without any permission in the strong rooms.
If she has any proof for that, she should show it to the Election Commission, and she has all the right to go to the court. They have gone to the court also. Court has again rejected the plea. But fact is that, as I know, that there is no CCTV cameras which are switched off, and the CCTV cameras are there outside the strong rooms also, where the agents of the political parties are there, and they keep watching that cameras also. It is all just because she is losing election, and then she is trying to create some sort of alibi for what her loss now, because what will she say after losing election? So she is building up for that now.
देखो, रहने के लिए तो हर पार्टी का व्यक्ति नियुक्त होता है. हर पार्टी में स्ट्रांग रूम पर रहने के लिए हर पार्टी के एक व्यक्ति को नियुक्त किया जाता है चुनाव आयोग के द्वारा. लेकिन आप वहां भी जाना चाहती हैं जो आपका क्षेत्र नहीं है. कल तो आपने वहां के चुनाव आयोग के सीईओ का प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस भी सुना होगा, आपके जहां चला भी है. सच्चाई ये है कि ये बेचैनी है. मुझे तो ये लग रहा है कि ये पहले से भी कुछ गड़बड़ी करते होंगे स्ट्रांग रूम में, तो वही करने पहुंचे होंगे, पकड़ में आ गए तो धरने पे बैठ गए। बाद में उनको अपने चुनाव आयोग के लोगों ने समझाया बुझाया, कहीं कहीं कुटाए भी लोग हैं। तो भाई व्यवस्था से अब आप नहीं लड़ पाओगे। पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता डिसाइड कर चुकी है और जो भी रिजल्ट खुलेगा उसके आधार पर रिजल्ट का इंतजार करो। हमें रिजल्ट भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में आता हुआ दिख रहा है।
And there's more breaking news that's coming in. The Election Commission of India has now initiated probe into the missing webcast and also inside booth footage of Falta, Margaret West and several other polling booths. Network operators have been asked to submit report on why no recording of certain booths had been available. This is the big news that's coming in right now. There is going to be repolling possibility on 30 booths outside and in Falta. This is a significant development that's emerged regarding allegations of EVM tampering. There could be repolling in the Falta Assembly constituency. During a routine scrutiny of election procedures, officials had reportedly discovered that webcasting footage was missing from the specific polling booths where claims of button tapping first surfaced. This discrepancy was also detected during the standard verification process and therefore the proposal of repolling in Diamond Harbour and Margaret West. Union Minister Sukanta Majumdar has said Mamata Banerjee is rattled and now she has sensed she's fooling and losing not only Bhawanipur but also the state, and this furiousness has led to yesterday night incident. The TMC is behaving like the opposition party. The BJP used, they're saying, to do similar when we were in opposition, and we know this tactic. So now Mamata Banerjee has sensed that she's going to be in opposition and doing the same things.
यूनियन मिनिस्टर सुकांता मजुमदार इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। मिस्टर मजुमदार, जिस तरह से कल रात की घटना सामने आई, काउंटिंग सेंटर के बाहर ममता बनर्जी खुद पहुंची, खुद स्ट्रॉन्ग रूम के अंदर गई और लगातार टीएमसी का जो एलिगेशन है सीआरपीएफ को लेकर, पैरा फोर्सेस को लेकर के, डिलीशन कोएशन को लेकर के, इसको बीजेपी कैसे देखती?
देखिए, मुझे लगता है कि ममता बनर्जी कल से ही विरोधी मोड में चली गई है। उनको भी पता चल गया है कि बीजेपी की सरकार होने वाली है और इसलिए ये धरना प्रदर्शन जो विरोधियों का काम होता है, विरोधी पार्टी में जो रहते हैं, बीजेपी ने बहुत धरना प्रदर्शन किया। और जो एलिगेशंस हम पहले लगाते थे, हम डरते थे कि ईवीएम का चेंज ना हो जाए, तृणमूल कांग्रेस ऐसे करने में वो माहिर है वहाँ पे, तो स्वाभाविक रूप से वो उस तरीके की एलिगेशंस आज ममता बनर्जी और उनकी पार्टी के लोग लगा रहे हैं, जो दर्शाता है कि ममता बनर्जी भी अंदर से मान चुकी है कि उनकी पार्टी जाने वाली है, उनकी सरकार जाने वाली है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार आने वाली है।
क्या आपको लगता है कि चीफ मिनिस्टर बहुत रैटल्ड हो गई हैं, बहुत डेस्परेट हो गई हैं? लेकिन उन्होंने एक वीडियो मैसेज भी जारी किया था जिसमें उन्होंने कहा अपने कार्यकर्ताओं को कि घबराने की जरूरत नहीं है, एग्जिट पोल सारे प्लान सारे एग्जिट पोल खरीदे हुए हैं और सरकार ममता बनर्जी ही बना रही हैं।
देखिए, सुबह ममता बनर्जी ने अपने कार्यकर्ताओं को जोश और कॉन्फिडेंस बनाए रखने के लिए इस तरीके की बयान उन्होंने जारी किया वीडियो जारी किया। लेकिन शाम तक आते आते देखिए, अंदर का टेंशन तो बाहर थोड़ी रुका जा सकता है, सब तो नहीं रख सकते। तो उसी टेंशन के कारण अंदर जो टेंशन हो रहा था उनका, वो बाहर आ गया शाम आते आते। और कॉन्फिडेंस जो सुबह इतनी ऊपर थी, वो कॉन्फिडेंस यहाँ तक आ गई। और उनको भी अंदर भी पता है ना कि बीजेपी की सरकार होने जा रही है, इसलिए डर के मारे वो धरने प्रदर्शन पे बैठ गई। ऑपोजिशन का जो रोल होता है, तो मुझे लगता है कि टीएमसी ने खुद मान लिया है कि वो ऑपोजिशन में बैठने वाली है और इसीलिए ऑपोजिशन मोड ही ऑन करके रखी है।
जिस तरह की फोर्सेस की तैनाती काउंटिंग सेंटर पर की गई है शेखावट गर्ल्स हाई स्कूल के बाहर, उसके अलावा भी 87 पोलिंग काउंटिंग सेंटर्स थे, उनको कम करके 77 काउंटिंग सेंटर कर दिया है। ओवरऑल पोस्ट पोल वायलेंस की बहुत बात कही जा रही है, इसलिए कहा जा रहा है 3 लेयर सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस का डिप्लॉयमेंट काउंटिंग सेंटर्स पर किया गया है। ये अरेंजमेंट को आप कैसे देखते हैं? आप मानते हैं कि इस बार जो वायलेंस है वो पहले से भी ज्यादा होने वाला है?
देखिए, वायलेंस बंगाल के राजनीति में हमेशा सही रहा है, स्पेशली जब से लेफ्ट यहाँ पे एक्टिविटी शुरू किया था। उसके बाद टीएमसी ने उसको चरम सीमा पर टीएमसी ने लेके गया बयान को। और इस बार जिस तरीके से इलेक्शन कमीशन ने वोट को हैंडल किया है उसको देखते हुए मुझे लगता है कि अगर इस तरीके की व्यवस्था रही नए सरकार बनने तक, यानी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने तक, तो कोई पोस्ट पोल वायलेंस ज्यादा नहीं हो पाएगा और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार भी सेंट्रल फोर्सेस की हेल्प लेकर जो पोस्ट पोल वायलेंस होगा उसको रोकने की कोशिश करेंगे और रोक के दिखाएंगे इसको।
बीजेपी की क्या तैयारी है? सुनने में आया कि 1 और 2 तारीख को वर्कशॉप भी बुलाई गई है कि सारे काउंटिंग सेंटर्स पे बीजेपी के एजेंट्स की भी अपनी तैयारी होनी चाहिए पुख्ता तौर पे। तो आप लोग भी कैसे इंश्योर कर रहे हैं कि काउंटिंग सही हो, काउंटिंग रिग ना हो और कोई समस्या ना आए?
देखिए, काउंटिंग में हमारे कार्यकर्ता जो जाएंगे उसको तो ट्रेनिंग देना हर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का काम होता है, तो उसका ट्रेनिंग भी होगा। पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के नाते वो हमारा काम है, शुरू हो चुका है उसकी तैयारी। और हम कार्यकर्ता को, यानी काउंटिंग एजेंट जिसे बोला जाता है, काउंटिंग एजेंट सबको उनकी ट्रेनिंग होगी बाकायदा, क्या क्या चीज़ों पर ध्यान रखना है, कैसे ऑब्जेक्शन जताना है जहाँ पे ऑब्जेक्शन की ज़रूरत होगी, तो कहाँ पे रिकाउंटिंग की अगर ज़रूरत होगी वहाँ पे सारी चीज़ें समझाने के लिए हमारा वर्कशॉप हो रहा है। हमारे कार्यकर्ता लास्ट 2-3 इलेक्शनों से इस पे एक्सपीरियंस भी है। पहले हमारे पास ऐसे कार्यकर्ता की संख्या में कमी थी जो एक्सपीरियंस कार्यकर्ता है। अभी हमारे कार्यकर्ता धीरे धीरे 24 देख चुके हैं, वो इससे पहले 21 देख चुके, 19 देख चुके, कॉन्जिक्यूटिव 3 इलेक्शंस में जिन लोगों ने काम किया वो भी बहुत एक्सपीरियंस हो चुके हैं। मुझे लगता है काउंटिंग में भी ज़्यादा समस्या नहीं होगी।
सबकी निगाहें भवानीपुर पे टिकी हुई है कि भवानीपुर का रिजल्ट क्या आएगा। आप लोग को क्या लग रहा है, भवानीपुर एकदम एज पर है, बाकी वहां से जीत होगी या ममता रिटेन कर लेंगे अपनी सीट?
देखिए, मुझे लगता है कि भवानीपुर में हमारे लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन शुभेंदु अधिकारी जी जीतने वाले हैं और अच्छी खासी मतों से वो जीतने वाले हैं।
एक आखिरी सवाल दादा, एग्जिट पोस्ट में सबने 140, 145, 150, 170 के अराउंड बीजेपी को दिखाया है, लेकिन आप लोग अपने जो आप लोग का इंटरनल स्टैट्स कहता है, आप लोग कितने नंबर एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, मुझे जो लगता है कि 170 से ज़्यादा सीटों के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने जा रही है और रिजल्ट ऐसा आ सकता है, जो हवा चली है वो हवा अगर हम सब सही से समझ पाए है, ऐसा भी संख्या आ सकती है जो संख्या हम कभी सोचे नहीं है।
यानी कि चौंकाने वाला नतीजा
भी हो सकता है। वो हवा जो हवा चली है उसको भाप पाना इतनी आसान नहीं है।
As we get closer to the counting day, Tamil Nadu is looking like a tighter contest than expected. There are multiple exit polls endorsing all the 3 major contestants. Vijay is emerging as the big disruptor in Tamil Nadu. He's expected to cut votes from both the DMK and the AIADMK. Amid this, CEO of Zoho Sridhar Vembu has also put out a post on social media platform X endorsing the actor turned politician. Take a look at this report.
The TVK has emerged as the big disruptor in Tamil Nadu. Some exit polls are also predicting the TVK will be turning kingmaker in the state on the 4th of May when the votes are counted. But ahead of this, Zoho CEO Sridhar Vembu is once again making news. This time he took to social media to post about what he terms the Vijay phenomenon. He quotes a farmer as saying that Vijay would cause a surprise at the booth level. The farmer was earlier a BJP supporter. He stated that the quote-unquote Vijay phenomenon should not be dismissed as just movies or glamour. He added that many people from various walks of life are pinning their hopes of change on Vijay. He ended the post by terming Vijay's political rise as remarkable. But Vembu's endorsement apart, Vijay is appealing to crowds of all age and religion. He has been visiting multiple temples, churches and mosques across the state in the run-up to the counting. Vijay is also set to visit the church in Nagapatnam, where he will offer special prayers at 5 a.m. tomorrow.
While it's always been anti-incumbency and alternate powers coming into the governance, either the AIADMK or the DMK, this time the exit polls gives a new number with the TVK in the lead. Sridhar Vembu, the Soho Corporation CEO and the founder, has took to Twitter to explain that how people even in the north want Vijay to come to power. He's explained that a man from Odisha who spoke to him said that he was a fan of Vijay and also told that his booth will expect a lot of people to vote for Vijay. This shows that the new trend and a new change is expected in the governance of Tamil Nadu. Especially the new voters are looking for a new party to take in charge. This shows that Vijay's TVK came in with a predominancy to make a third power. Whether they come to power, whether they will rule the state in the few days, we will know on the May 4th. This is Sharda from Chennai with Vijay Nandakumar.
And we're going to get you all the details on Republic's big scoop on AIADMK and TVK talks as TVK General Secretary confirms on record that there is no alliance talk that has been held with the AIADMK. Stay on with us. 2026 verdict, India's strongest editorial team covering it. We're back after a short break.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores and
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MDH
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरी राजा
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles.
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I am Rakshita Mishra with you. We are getting you all the updates coming in ahead of the 4th of May from the EVM drama in Bengal to what's happening in Tamil Nadu. What's about the Vijay factor that everybody is talking? Get you more on that, but first, the headlines. Election Commission of India shuts down Mamata Banerjee's claims on poll manipulation regarding Strongroom states no CCTVs were turned off. Has Mamata started her drama after sensing defeat? Republic scoop confirmed as Election Commission officially decides to reduce the number of counting centres in Bengal from 87 to 77. TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee threatens Amit Shah, uses words like coward, Gunda, Jallad, alleges centres misusing agencies against the TMC. As exit polls predict BJP sweep in Bengal, panic inside Bangladesh. MP Akhtar Hussain says that a new BJP government would push all the illegal Bangladeshi immigrants back to Bangladesh. CEO of Zoho, Sridhar Vembu, terms TVK chief Vijay's political rise as remarkable, calling the Vijay phenomena, saying that the Vijay phenomenon in Tamil Nadu should not be dismissed. Republic's big scoop on AIADMK and TVK talks as TVK General Secretary confirms on record that no alliance talks have been held with the AIADMK. Start with the news coming in from Punjab. Chief Minister Mann moved a motion of confidence in the cabinet in the Punjab Legislative Assembly. Finance Minister Punjab Harpal Chima seconded Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann's motion. The ruling party MLAs will debate the motion. Bhagwant Mann says that the rumour mill is currently running, circulating rumours about MLAs. Therefore, this motion of confidence in the cabinet is being introduced. So there has been trouble brewing for the Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab, Punjab being the state that the party holds. And Bhagwant Mann is now moving a motion in the Punjab Assembly, motion of confidence, claiming that this is for the rumours that have been circulated regarding the MLAs. There have been reports of MLAs who are that there could be a bigger exodus. So Punjab Assembly special session is being held today. Now we are being joined by Lalit for more on this. Lalit, confidence motion, AAP seeking trust vote, as it also talks about Operation Lotus in the same breath. Now we see that this motion has been moved in the Assembly. More details about this, please.
There has been a lot of political temperature which has been rising after the Raghav Chadda with 6 MPs have merged with the BJP. So there were a lot of speculation, there were a lot of rumours that 48 MLAs of the Aam Aadmi Party are in touch with the Raghav Chadha. So looking into this, a special session was being called, but behind the scene, the session was being called to show the confidence of motion. The Chief Minister of Punjab, Bhagwant Mann, moved this confidence motion, and the Finance Minister Harpal Singh Cheema seconded that motion. While this motion was being introduced in the session, the Chief Minister even said that there has been a lot of speculation and rumors as from the past 10 days when there has been a political drama which was seen as the 7 MPs, which includes Raghav Chadha, the Sandeep Pathak and the other 5 MPs when they joined BJP, when the Aam Aadmi Party merged with the BJP. So there were a lot of speculation. Now, after introducing this motion of confidence in the Vidhan Sabha for the next 6 months, the Aam Aadmi Party will not have to show the trust inside the session. So there is no fear of the government to fail. So looking into this, the special motion was being called, and now once again the motion of confidence was being introduced by the Chief Minister of Punjab. So if you talk about the opposition, they have been saying that we never call for the no confidence motion. They have the rumors and speculations on their side, as they have fear after the 7 MPs merged with the BJP. So they have fear inside them. They wanted to keep the flock of MLAs
thank you so much, Lalit, for joining us with those details. In fact, now there are 2 things to it. First, of course, the political battle that the Aam Aadmi Party is facing. And to just stop it all, we have the opposition in Punjab, led by the Congress, now levelling serious allegations against Bhagwant Mann, saying that he was in an inebriated state, he was intoxicated when he was speaking in the Punjab Assembly. Now you have BJP also coming in. BJP's Tarun Chugh says that the way Bhagwant Mann used such words with his colleagues in state of intoxication is unfortunate. First, take a look at that clip that is being circulated by the opposition parties in Punjab, where they're pointing out, alleging that Bhagwant Mann was drunk in the assembly.
ये गवर्नर गैलरी है, आ गवर्नर गैलरी है, बड़े मानयोग लोग आउंदे आ, इत्थे अफसर बैठे ने, ਉਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਗੈਲਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਕਾਇਦਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਲਾਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੀ, ਬੈਠਣ ਵੇ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਹਿਲਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ, ਬਸ ਐਂ ਰਹਿਣਾ। ਤੇ ਸਰ ਇੱਥੇ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਠੀਕ ਕਰ ਲਈ। ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ, ਤੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਮੇਰੀ ਬੇਟੀ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਬੋਲੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਤੇਰਾ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਯਾਰ, ਤੂੰ ਰਹਿਣ ਦੇ ਨਾ, ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਪੜਾਉਂਗਾ ਮੈਂ, ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਪੜਾਉਂਗਾ। ਕਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਬਕਵਾਸ ਕਰਦਾ ਯਾਰ, ਬਕਵਾਸ ਕਰਦਾ ਇਹ ਬੰਦਾ ਯਾਰ। ਆ ਗਈ ਸਰ ਗੱਲ, ਇਹਦਾ ਇਲਾਜ ਕਰਾਓ ਜੀ, ਇਹਦਾ ਵਿਧਾਨ ਸਭਾ ਦੇ ਖਰਚੇ ਦੇ ਇਲਾਜ ਕਰਾਓ ਇਹਦਾ।
ਪਲੀਜ਼ ਬੈਠੋ। ਹਾਂਜੀ ਬਾਜਵਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ, ਕੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ?
ਸਰ, ਇੱਕ ਆਨਰੇਬਲ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਸੀਰੀਅਸ ਚਾਰਜ ਲਗਾਇਆ, ਐਂਡ ਦੈਟ ਆਲਸੋ ਔਨ ਦੀ ਹੈਡ ਆਫ ਦੀ ਸਟੇਟ। ਇਫ ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਟਰੂ, ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਮਾੜਾ ਦਿਨ ਫੇਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ। ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਅ ਬਲੈਕ ਡੇ in democracy. एक मिनट, मेरी बेनती सर, यू आर द कस्टोडियन ऑफ द हाउस। मेरी गुजारिश है, अलका मीटर दा आ सारे इत्थे ने, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬੈਠੋ, ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ੇ ਬੰਦ ਕਰੋ, ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ अलका मीटर टेस्ट कटारू जिन्हें मेंबर लाल चंद कटारू।
गवर्नर साहब को कह रहे हैं कि इस रेजोल्यूशन में कि गवर्नर साहब जिस तरह आज पंजाब की कैबिनेट के अंदर, क्योंकि मंत्रिमंडल एक अपने आप में कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल बॉडी है और मुख्यमंत्री वन ऑफ द मिनिस्टर है और वो मंत्रिमंडल का सदस्य है, और उन्होंने जिस तरह से अपने कोलीग्स के साथ मदहोशी में अपशब्दों का व्यवहार किया है, ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। और जिस तरह विधानसभा के अंदर सभी सदस्यों ने जब मांग की कि सभी प्रतिनिधियों का, सभी विधानसभा के सदस्यों का लीकर टेस्ट होना चाहिए, तो मुख्यमंत्री जो हाउस के नेता हैं वही वहाँ से बायकॉट कर गए और ये आज आम आदमी पार्टी ने विप बुलाया हुआ। अब विप कहाँ गया मैं जानना चाहता हूँ।
It is utterly disgraceful. Aam Aadmi Party said they would make Nasha Mukt Punjab, but they have given Nasha Yukt CM. Today, leader of opposition parties have all demanded that Bhagwant Mann should undergo alcohol dope test so that we can understand whether he is under influence of any intoxicating material, because the manner in which he is speaking, in the temple of democracy it seems, in the assembly, that he is under influence. This is not the first time. Many people have said how he has been under influence in government meetings, in temples, in other important programs. He had taken a swear that he would leave alcohol before contesting the elections. But now it seems that rather than making Punjab Nasha Mukt, he himself is Nasha Yukt. If he is not, then all of them should take a test and they should do black and white whether they are alcoholic or whether they are coming in a proper sober manner. In such a state which is so important, sensitive, if the CM is under influence of alcohol all the time, then it raises many huge questions on national security and on other aspects. So, for the interest of the people, as demanded, there should be a clarity whether Bhagwant Mann, who has gone to parliament sometimes under the influence of alcohol in other important places, whether he has desecrated the assembly by going under influence.
ये एक झूठे फर्जी आरोप जो हैं वो कांग्रेस पार्टी लगा रही है, क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी के एमएलए के खिलाफ जब एक डिमार्केशन का केस चल रहा था, उस डिमार्केशन के केस में उनके खिलाफ ये सामने पाया गया कि उन्होंने एक नाजायज कब्जा किया हुआ एक लैंड के ऊपर। तो उससे वो कांग्रेस पार्टी को जब पता चला वो तिलमिला गए, तो उसके बाद ऐसे फर्जी झूठे जो दोष हैं वो लगा दिए गए।
बहुत ही गंभीर एलिगेशंस लगाए हैं।
देखिए जी, बिल्कुल फर्जी है। एक साजिश जो है वो कांग्रेस पार्टी हमेशा रचती रहती है।
ये देखो ऐसे है, आपको हालात बताई दिए हैं, इससे गंभीर हालात और बदकिस्मती के हालात क्या हो सकते हैं। जो लीडर ऑफ द हाउस है, चीफ मिनिस्टर है मौजूदा, वो अगर शराबी हालत में हाउस में आ जाए तो हाउस कैसे चलेगा। वन ऑफ द सीनियर मेंबर्स ऑफ द हाउस पॉइंटेड आउट टुडे ही वाज इन अ ड्रंकन कंडीशन। तो एज लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन आई हैव डिमांडेड एक ब्रेथलाइजर टेस्ट और वो जो शराब का और डोप टेस्ट सारी असेंबली का करवाया थे। चीफ मिनिस्टर का पहले हो, दूसरा मेरा हो, फिर इनकी जितनी कैबिनेट उसका और सारे एमएलएस का मौजूदा दरवाजे बंद किए जाएं, पीजीआई के डॉक्टर्स बुलाए गए और इधर डोप टेस्ट हो उनका। जी
बहुत ही गंभीर चीज है सर ये, जिस तरह
इससे और गंभीर क्या हो सकती है। इफ द हेड ऑफ अ स्टेट कम्स ड्रंक to the assembly, what else do you expect? What do the
क्या डिमांड क्या कर रहे हैं सर?
हम यही कर रहे हैं कि अभी टेस्ट करवाया जाए। He is still in the assembly.
सर सेशन के पीछे क्या लगता है कि कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन लानी थी आज?
नहीं, वो देखो ये तो एक तरीका था। बेसिकली ये बताना चाहते थे अभी एमएलएज हमारे साथ, और ये पार्टी अकेली ऐसी पार्टी है जो एक दफा 22 में सितंबर में भी ये इन्होंने मेजॉरिटी शो करने की कोशिश की जब ऑपरेशन लोटस का टाइम था। अब फिर सेकंड टाइम ये हो रहा है, और ये बेसिकली तो ऑपोजिशन पार्टी मूव करती, हमने तो किया नहीं, क्योंकि उसके लिए जो स्ट्रेंथ चाहिए वो हमारे पास नंबर नहीं है। यू नीड 1/5 टू गो। तो ये बिल्कुल
एक गवर्नर गैलरी है, आ गवर्नर गैलरी है, बड़े मानयोग लोग आउंदे आ, ਇੱਥੇ ਅਫਸਰ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਗੈਲਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਕਾਇਦਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਲਾਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਧਰਦੀ, ਬੈਠਣ ਵੇ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਹਿਲਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ, ਬਸ ਐਂ ਹੀ ਰਹਿਣਾ। ਤੇ ਸਰ ਇੱਥੇ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਠੀਕ ਕਰ ਲਈ। ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ। ਤੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਮੇਰੀ ਬੇਟੀ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਬੋਲੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਤੇਰਾ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਯਾਰ, ਤੂੰ ਰਹਿਣ ਦੇ ਨਾ। ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਪੜਾਉਂਗਾ ਮੈਂ, ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਪੜਾਉਂਗਾ। ਕਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਬਕਵਾਸ ਕਰਦਾ ਯਾਰ, ਬਕਵਾਸ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ ਬੰਦਾ ਯਾਰ।
ਆ ਗਈ ਸਰ ਗੱਲ,
ਇਹਦਾ ਇਲਾਜ ਕਰਾਓ ਜੀ, ਇਹਦਾ ਵਿਧਾਨ ਸਭਾ ਦੇ ਖਰਚੇ ਦੇ ਇਲਾਜ ਕਰਾਓ ਇਹਦਾ।
All right, we have breaking news coming in. Himanta Biswa Sarma has reacted once again on what... Okay, Himanta Biswa Sarma has issued a response to Abhishek Manu Singhvi of the Congress, saying that that he does not need any lessons in democracy He tells the Congress that real issue, that is one of the big flashpoints, pertains to a woman. He says that the Congress has been attacking his wife. His wife has nothing to do with politics. Himanta Biswa Sarma says that her character was assassinated on national television, that forged documents from other nations were used to target his wife, says the Chief Minister of Assam. And now Himanta says that this is just the beginning and not the end. So this on a day when Pawan Khera is granted some relief from the Supreme Court, but of course there are restrictions on his travel, and Assam Chief Minister says that there are now. Okay, Abhishek Manu Singhvi has also been speaking on the matter, and now we have Himanta Biswa Sarma issuing a response to Abhishek Manu Singhvi. Aniruddha joining us live on the broadcast for more. Aniruddha, well, we see that the war of words still continues, the legal battle also continues, and now we have Himanta Biswa Sarma telling the Congress that his wife's character was assassinated on national television, that forged documents have been used, and whatever's happening is just the beginning. That it is just the beginning, warns Himanta Biswa Sarma.
Yes, in fact, though the Supreme Court has given relief to Pawan Khera today while granting him anticipatory bail in this particular case related to the defamation suit that was filed by Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Supreme Court has issued strict guidelines as to the measures that needs to be taken by Pawan Khera, as he has been restricted from traveling outside the country, and not just restriction that has been imposed on his travel, but also he will have to cooperate with the police and present himself before the police whenever they ask to. So, in a matter, it is not a full win for Pawan Khera in this particular matter, and as he will have to cooperate with the investigation, and he can be summoned by the police for questioning. A war of war has definitely broke out between Abhishek Manu Singhvi, the lawyer who was representing Pawan Khera in this particular case, and Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma, giving a rebuttal to Pawan Khera. Himanta Biswa Sarma has taken on to Twitter, pointing out that this is not just a matter of defamation, but also it amounts to the public decency and the modesty of women, and as he was how his wife Riniki Bhuya Sarma was dragged unnecessarily into the controversy. This is what he has to say, and the Assam Chief Minister also stand very clear even today while reacting to this issue on Twitter, that he has been maintaining that the forgery of documents had taken place, and Pawan Khera had taken shelter of forgery and different AI tools who are while producing these fake documents in the name of Riniki Bhuya Sarma, Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife. Rakshita.
Absolutely. So this is after there were several comments that were made by Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who's been representing Khera in the court, condemning remarks made by Himanta Biswa Sarma, contending that he's behaving like a constitutional cowboy. Also, so these were the these were the statements made by Abhishek Manu Singhvi, and now Himanta Biswa Sarma also says that decency and Singhvi can never be in the same room. And this has been going on now, viewers, ahead of the, even after the polling has taken place. Aniruddha, if you could just shed some light on what Himanta really means when he says that this is just the beginning, not the end.
Yes, as Supreme Court has also clearly said today while granting the mass relief that Pawan Khera was seeking in the top court, the Supreme Court has maintained that Khera will have to present himself before the police for questioning or whenever summons are issued to him, and also that Pawan Khera has been restricted from traveling abroad. So, yes, in a sense, this is not a, though the Congress party kind of want to celebrate it as a victory for Pawan Khera. But in technical terms, in legal terms, if we dive deep into this development that has taken place in the Supreme Court, then definitely it is not it is just a breather for Pawan Khera and not a complete relief, as he will have to present himself before the police for summons are issued, and definitely Assam Police is going to issue summons to Pawan Khera. In fact, Pawan Khera had been already asked to appear, and summons were in fact issued to him when the Assam Police team arrived at his residence a couple of weeks back in Delhi. But Pawan Khera was underground, and he has been still on the run till today.
Okay, thank you so much, Aniruddha, for joining us with those that information on that story that we're tracking. We were now shifting focus to what's going on in Bengal. Trinamool Congress MP Kalyan Banerjee sparked outrage after crossing the line with a series of personal attacks against the Home Minister Amit Shah. He calls him Gunda, Jallat, coward, dirty man, that he will hang him upside down. This during a speech in West Bengal on the 28th of April. Now, Banerjee alleges that the Election Commission was functioning in favor of the BJP, claiming that Amit Shah had come to the state to threaten the opposition leaders. Listen in.
He is working only for the Bharatiya Janata Party. And Amit Shah came here and held out threats. A Home Minister being a Gunda. He's a Gunda. He's a Jalla. He's organized entire thing, sitting here in 15 days. How to remove Trinamool Congress? How to attack them? Give the police personnel all power so that arrest them. Amit Shah has done it. Amit Shah has done it, all these illegal activities. He's a dirty man. Completely dirty man. His original was at Gujarat was Gunda. Gundami is in his blood. And he has organized and government set up Gundami. And the learned lawyer of the Election Commission has said the governor's house is the control room. Can you imagine where we have gone in West Bengal? Is it a free and fair election? Is it free and fair election?
Meanwhile, we have BJP candidate Priyanka Tibrewal responding to Kalyan Banerjee's threats. She claims that TMC is preparing for loss, preparing for defeat in Bengal. Listen in.
See, they have lost from everywhere. They are nowhere on the ground now. This is nothing but sheer frustration. And that is so much visible. And I believe they have some dope effects also. So a dope test has to be done on most of the TMC leaders. The way they are, shouting from the very first day when the process of SIR started, they did not want that SIR should take place. Thereafter, when the central forces came in, they did not want that the election should happen under the vigilance of the central forces. Now they are crying foul over the, the machines and the strong room and all that. They were so equipped with the process of cheating under the State Election Commission that they exactly know what had went wrong, because they were the people who had done all sort of such things. But now, since vigilance is so strong, nothing can happen, so they are crying foul. So let them cry foul, doesn't matter, because people of Bengal have heard their abuses on TMC by the way of their votes. They have taken out, they have willingness to vote for BJP. And now they are left with no options. TMC has to see that Kamal har jagah khil gaya hai.
Seen that there are many insults that are being heard, but do you feel that there is a lot of, what we see is that the TMC is so spooked by even the numbers that have come out, or we've seen that the kind of turnout is being witnessed. Perhaps that's also one of the reasons why the leaders, the MPs from the Trinamool are resorting to such antics now.
Everybody has seen their drama. Nothing is now left. They know everything is over. Now they are so scared what will happen on the 4th, because on 2nd of May in 2021, the way they spread violence everywhere in Bengal. But I would like to tell them that this is BJP and our culture and ideology is completely different from yours. So we assure you that there won't be any violence anywhere in West Bengal, unlike you guys did in 2021. So don't be scared. Peacefully stay at your places.
So there has been allegations of manipulation that have been put to rest by the Election Commission, but we see that the outrage among the TMC, the workers and the none other than the BJP, I beg your pardon, the TMC chief and the West Bengal CM is palpable. We see that she has been camping there at the strong room for a long time, and going on to, make several allegations which have been now thwarted, refuted by the Election Commission. What do you have to say about that entire episode?
Kalyan Banerjee has been very sound everywhere, whether it was the courts, whether it was on the streets, everywhere, he has been very vocal. So he should understand, being an advocate, that allegations are allegations without evidence.
All right, we have breaking news coming in now from Kerala. Inside scoop on Republic TV. Pre-poll scoop. So lobbying has begun in Congress for Kerala Chief Minister. Congress veteran K. Sudhakaran has sent a letter to the Congress High Command recommending K.C. Venugopal for the Chief Minister's post. Chief Minister's post fray continues in Congress, and Congress leader and Lok Sabha MP K. Sudhakaran sends this letter recommending Venugopal. Now, if the UDF comes to power, Sudhakaran is the same person who had created ruckus for not giving him a seat before the assembly polls, as there was a decision not to field sitting MPs in the fray. He had threatened to quit the party, in fact, to form a new front, but with the intervention of A.K. Antony, he softened his stance. Now, he surrendered before the party by recommending Ramesh Chennithala for the CM post. However, a few days ago, he has sent a letter, what we have seen, recommending Venugopal for the post. We have Shankar joining us live with the broadcast for more. Shankar, well, this is an update coming in, the inside scoop. So what we understand is that Venugopal wants to be the Chief Minister, and we have a letter which mentions his name being recommended as well.
Yes, the Congress veteran from Kannur district, K. Sudhakaran, is unhappy for not giving him a seat in the last assembly polls. Actually, he was wishing for the seat. He was in a dire wish for the seat even before the assembly polls date were discussed, and he was in discussion with the AICC and the state leadership for getting a seat from Kannur constituency. When he was denied the seat, he created a ruckus inside the party, and it led to a big conflict. And there was a point in which he threatened to quit the party for forming a new party, and many of the senior Congress leaders from Kannur district were planning to quit the party along with him. And it was at that juncture, senior Congress leader A.K. Antony intervened in the issue and pacified him by promising something, and he came to the party line stating that he no more wishes to contest in the assembly polls, by stating that he has some plans in mind and he has some agendas in hand that the AICC will properly address. And in the days later, he recommended Ramesh Chennithala for the CM post, and it was at this time the exit polls results came, and it predicted an upper edge for the Congress party led UDF in the Kerala, and soon he sent a letter to the AICC recommending K.C. Venugopal for the post. The letter of K. Sudhakaran is so crucial at this juncture.
All right.
4 leaders from the state, 3 leaders from the state has been vying for this CM post as soon as there's exit polls predicted an upper hand for the UDF in the state.
Shankar, I have to interrupt you. That's all the time we have right now in this edition. But thanks so much for that big scoop that we are getting in from Kerala viewers. We'll be right back with more updates coming in from Tamil Nadu also, as AIADMK on the AIADMK and TVK tops. But the General Secretary of TVK said that there is no alliance talks that have been held with the AIADMK.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Election Commission shuts down Mamata's claims on poll manipulation regarding Strongroom, states no CCTVs were turned off. Has Mamata started her drama after sensing defeat? Republic scoop confirmed as ECI officials decide to reduce the number of counting centers in Bengal from 87 to 77. TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee threatens Union Home Minister Amit Shah uses words like coward and gunda, alleges centre misusing agencies against Trinamool before elections. As exit polls predict BJP sweep in Bengal, panic inside Bangladesh with MP Akhtar Hussain saying or claiming that a new BJP government would push all illegal Bangladeshis back across the border. CEO of Zoho terms TVK chief Vijay's political rise as remarkable, says the Vijay phenomenon in Tamil Nadu should not be dismissed. Republic's big scoop on AIA, DMK and TVK talks, as TVK General Secretary confirms on record that no alliance negotiations have been held with the AIA, DMK yet. All right, let's begin with Bengal, where on Trinamool's allegations of EVM tampering, the state's chief electoral officer, Mamata Banerjee, has said, and I quote, anyone can level any allegations. Where did tampering take place? CAPF, or the Central Armed Paramilitary Forces, are deployed there and everywhere. Everything is sealed there. 3 layers of security is in place. So how can tampering take place? That's Mamata Banerjee, Chief Electoral Officer of Bengal, part of the Election Commission. Let's listen to him.
ये कोई कंप्लेंट आया, बताइए कहाँ पे हुई है? खाली एलिगेशन लगाने तो कोई भी एलिगेशन लगाए, टेम्परिंग कहाँ हुई है? CAPF है वहाँ पे, पूरा सील्ड है वहाँ पे, 3 लेयर सिक्योरिटी है, कोई जा सकता है और टेम्परिंग कैसे कर लेगा?
सर यहाँ पर तो 3 काउंटिंग सेंटर है, आप 2 में विजिट कर रहे हैं और 1 में आप नहीं जा रहे हैं, उसको अलग से कोई रिपोर्ट लेंगे क्या? सब
रिपोर्ट है वहाँ पर। एक लेआउट जो है काउंटिंग का जो आपका बनता है DO से, अच्छा, वो जाता है CO के पास और CO अपने कमेंट देकर ECI को देता है। अच्छा, फिर ECI से फाइनली अप्रूवल आता है। अच्छा, सबका लेआउट सब हमारे पास है। हम देखने आ रहे हैं कि अंदर व्यवस्था कैसी है नहीं है, एंड यहाँ पे ट्रेनिंग ठीक तरह हुई है नहीं हुई है, स्टाफ से बात करके, एंड सब सर्कुलर इम्प्लीमेंट हुआ है नहीं हुआ है, ये देखने आ रहे हैं। अच्छा अच्छा, मतलब एक काउंटिंग सेंटर का एक टेबल अरेंजमेंट सब अरेंजमेंट हमारे थ्रू ही जाता है ECI अप्रूवल, ये सब हमारे पास है।
सर टेबल के इस बार बढ़ेगा कुछ?
टेबल तो एक हॉल में 14 से ज्यादा हो नहीं सकती है। अच्छा, 14 से कमी होंगी या 14 होंगी। अच्छा, जनरली बहुत ही कम ऐसी जगह है जहाँ पे एक हॉल में 14 आ जाती है। अच्छा, मैक्सिमम सब जगह कहीं पे 10 है, कहीं पे 8 है, कहीं पे 7 में है। अच्छा, तो यहाँ पे 10 है, मेरे ख्याल से 14 भी है। हाँ, तो डिपेंड करता है जहाँ जितना आप है।
All right, that's as clear as that. The Chief Electoral Officer of Bengal really calling the bluff of Trinamool and Mamata Banerjee. Harsha joins us live from Kolkata for more on this. Harsha, what happens next? With the kind of confidence that the Chief Electoral Officer has spoken, the Trinamool must be on the back foot.
Yes, and Abhishek, whatever the allegations were leveled by TMC yesterday night, because of which there was huge chaos and ruckus outside the outside the Girls' Middle High School, where the votes of the Bhawanipur Assembly constituency is sealed. It's completely misleading. This is what the Election Commissioner of Calcutta, Manoj Agarwal, has quoted, and also he spoke about this last night at press conference also by stating that what happened exactly in the strong room, how the TMC candidates and agents were invited along with the other party candidates as well to be there when the segregation of postal ballot took place, but none of them appeared, and that was the reason why they're alleging and misleading the entire voters and electors, but nothing of that sort really happened. And now we have got to know, Abhishek, that repolling is a major issue of which everyone is talking about, repolling, because Abhishek, that day I was in Falta, and you even asked me that question that day in Falta, that exactly how the ballot button of particular party can be taped. But it really happened. And the Election Commission of India sitting in Delhi couldn't monitor it because there was no live webcasting of that particular polling booths in Falta, in Diamond Harbour, and of the Margaret West. These are the places where the polling booths, inside the polling booths, there were no webcasting. The network operators were completely jammed. Right. There were network issues because of which the tampering could happen. At that time, the voting didn't stop. The voting was not halted. But yes, Manoj Agarwal has clearly stated and indicated towards it that in 2 hours, the observers who have gone to Diamond Harbour, they will submit the report, and it will be clear that how and in how many places and in how many polling booths repolling has to take place. Abhishek, one thing is for clear that 2-3 locations are for certain where repolling has to take place, because there was a major tampering. Someone had put a tape on the EVM VVPAT machine. So that will get to know know in 2 hours. And if polling happens, Abhishek, it has to happen tomorrow only, because now the time is very less before counting days.
Right.
We have just 2 days, tomorrow and day after
Harsha, in
tomorrow.
fact, stay with us, because apart from repoll, which the Election Commission is mulling and would announce soon, including at some polling booths in Falta, what is important is that the EC is not taking any chances. Prohibitory orders have been clamped down by the Kolkata police on instructions of the Election Commission, of course, at 7 counting centers in the city. Prohibitory orders imposed outside of Bhawanipur counting center as well, where we saw the ruckus being created last evening, the constituency of the Chief Minister, huge cordon there of Kolkata police. Harsha, coming back to you, prohibitory orders means essentially more than 5 people cannot gather at that place. The former section 144 of the CRPC, okay, cutting out of that onto Punjab.
ਸਰਕਾਰ 'ਚ ਵਿਸ਼ਵਾਸ ਪ੍ਰਗਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਤੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਿਸ਼ਵਾਸ ਪ੍ਰਗਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਲੋਕ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਉਮੀਦ ਹੈ ਕਿ 2027 'ਚ ਇਹੀ ਵਿਸ਼ਵਾਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਦੁੱਗਣਾ ਤਿੱਗਣਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸੇਵਾ ਦਾ ਮੌਕਾ ਦੇਣਗੇ। ਮੈਂ ਅੱਜ ਇਹੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਸੀਗਾ। ਕੋਈ ਸਵਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ? ਇਹ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੱਲ ਪਰਸੋਂ ਤੱਕ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਕਲੈਰਿਟੀ ਮੰਗੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਸੀ ਵੀ ਕੀ ਬਣੂਗਾ, ਉਹ ਕਰੂਗਾ। ਮੀਡੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਕਲੈਰਿਟੀ ਦੇਣੀ ਸੀ, ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ, ਕਿ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਦਿਲ 'ਚ ਕੋਈ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਨਾ ਰਹੇ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਐਮਐਲਏ ਇੱਧਰ ਉੱਧਰ ਚਲੇ ਗਏ ਜੇ ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਗਿਣ ਲਿਓ, ਜਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਆਉਣਗੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਗਿਣ ਲਿਓ। ਤੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ, ਬਲਕਿ ਉਹ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਗੈਰ ਹਾਜ਼ਰ ਰਹਿਣ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਵੀ ਅੱਧੀ ਵੋਟਿੰਗ ਹੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਰਵਾਇਤੀ ਹੋ ਗਏ, ਵਿਰੋਧ ਕਰਨਾ ਭੁੱਲ ਗਏ, ਜਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਜਾਂ ਹਮਾਇਤੀ ਹੋ ਗਏ। ਸੋ ਚੁੱਪ ਹੀ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਹੋ, ਚੁੱਪ ਹੋਣਾ ਵੀ ਅੱਧੀ ਹਮਾਇਤੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ।
All right, that was Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann of Punjab. We cut to him because remember the row in Chandigarh around the Chief Minister with the opposition, specifically the Congress party, alleging that he came inside the state assembly in a drunken state. And in fact, Pratap Singh Bajwa of the Congress has sought an alcohol test on the Chief Minister, and in fact a permanent alcometer presence at the entrance of the assembly to make sure that it does not happen again. Of course, trashed by the Aam Aadmi Party and the Chief Minister's office, but in that backdrop, Bhagwant Mann there speaking. Okay, since we are on this story, there have been political reactions coming in through the day on the allegations against Mann of attending the assembly session in an intoxicated state. BJP leader Tarun Chugh weighing in. Listen to him.
गवर्नर साहब को कह रहे हैं कि इस रेजोल्यूशन में कि गवर्नर साहब जिस तरह आज पंजाब की कैबिनेट के अंदर, क्योंकि मंत्रिमंडल एक अपने आप में एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल बॉडी है और मुख्यमंत्री वन ऑफ द मिनिस्टर है और वो मंत्रिमंडल का सदस्य है, और उन्होंने जिस तरह से अपने कोलीग्स के साथ मदहोशी में अपशब्दों का व्यवहार किया है, ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। और जिस तरह विधानसभा के अंदर सभी सदस्यों ने जब मांग की कि सभी प्रतिनिधियों का, सभी विधानसभा के सदस्यों का लीकर टेस्ट होना चाहिए, तो मुख्यमंत्री जो हाउस के नेता हैं वही वहां से बायकॉट कर गए, और ये आज आम आदमी पार्टी ने विप बुलाया हुआ। अब विप कहां गया मैं जानना चाहता हूं।
It is utterly disgraceful. Aam Aadmi Party said they would make Nasha Mukt Punjab, but they have given Nasha Yukt CM. Today, leader of opposition parties have all demanded that Bhagwant Mann should undergo alcohol dope test so that we can understand whether he is under influence of any intoxicating material, because the manner in which he is speaking, in the temple of democracy it seems, in the assembly, that he is under influence. This is not the first time. Many people have said how he has been under influence in government meetings, in temples, in other important programs. He had taken a swear that he would leave alcohol before contesting the elections. But now it seems that rather than making Punjab Nasha Mukt, he himself is Nasha Yukt. If he is not, then all of them should take a test and they should do black and white whether they are alcoholic or whether they are coming in a proper sober manner. In such a state which is so important, sensitive, if the CM is under influence of alcohol all the time, then it raises many huge questions on national security and on other aspects. So, for the interest of the people, as demanded, there should be a clarity whether Bhagwant Mann, who has gone to Parliament sometimes under the influence of alcohol in other important places, whether he has desecrated the assembly by going under influence.
देखिए, एक झूठे फर्जी आरोप जो हैं वो कांग्रेस पार्टी लगा रही है, क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी के एमएलए के खिलाफ जब एक डिमार्केशन का केस चल रहा था, उस डिमार्केशन के केस में उनके खिलाफ ये सामने पाया गया कि उन्होंने एक नाजायज कब्जा किया हुआ एक लैंड के ऊपर। तो उससे वो कांग्रेस पार्टी को जब पता चला वो तिलमिला गए, तो उसके बाद ऐसे फर्जी झूठे जो दोष हैं वो लगा दिए गए।
बहुत ही गंभीर एलिगेशंस लगाए हैं।
देखिए जी, बिल्कुल फर्जी है, एक साजिश जो है वो कांग्रेस पार्टी हमेशा रचती रहती है।
ये देखो, ऐसे है, आपको हालात बताई दिए, इससे गंभीर हालात और बदकिस्मती के हालात क्या हो सकते हैं। जो लीडर ऑफ द हाउस है, चीफ मिनिस्टर है मौजूदा, वो अगर शराबी हालत में हाउस में आ जाए तो हाउस कैसे चलेगा। वन ऑफ द सीनियर मेंबर्स ऑफ द हाउस पॉइंटेड आउट टुडे ही वाज इन अ ड्रंकन कंडीशन। तो एज लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन आई हैव डिमांडेड एक ब्रेथलाइजर टेस्ट और वो जो शराब का और डोप टेस्ट सारी असेंबली का करवाया थे। चीफ मिनिस्टर का पहले हो, दूसरा मेरा हो, फिर इनकी जितनी कैबिनेट उसका और सारे एमएलएस का मौजूदा दरवाजे बंद किए जाएं, पीजीआई के डॉक्टर्स बुलाए गए और इधर डोप टेस्ट हो उनका। जी बहुत ही गंभीर चीज है सर ये, जिस तरह इससे और गंभीर क्या हो सकती है। इफ द हेड ऑफ अ स्टेट कम्स ड्रंक to the assembly, what else do you expect? What do the क्या डिमांड क्या कर रहे हैं सर? हम यही कर रहे हैं कि अभी टेस्ट करवाया जाए। He is still in the assembly.
सर, सेशन के पीछे क्या लगता है कि कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन लानी थी आज?
नहीं, वो देखो, ये तो एक तरीका था। बेसिकली ये बताना चाहते थे अभी एमएलएज हमारे साथ, और ये पार्टी अकेली ऐसी पार्टी है जो दो दफा, एक दफा 22 में सितंबर में भी ये इन्होंने मेजॉरिटी शो करने की कोशिश की जब ऑपरेशन लोटस का टाइम था, अब फिर सेकंड टाइम ये हो रहा है। और ये बेसिकली तो ऑपोजिशन पार्टी मूव करती, हमने तो किया नहीं, क्योंकि उसके लिए जो स्ट्रेंथ चाहिए वो हमारे पास नंबर नहीं है। यू नीड 1/5 टू गो। तो ये बिल्कुल।
All right, out of Punjab and to Tamil Nadu, where as we get closer to the counting day, the state is looking like in a tighter contest than expected earlier, with multiple exit polls endorsing all the three major contestants, the DMK alliance and the AIA-DMK alliance, and of course the independent TVK, Vijay-led TVK party. It is in fact emerging as the big disruptor in Tamil Nadu and is expected to cut votes from both the DMK and the AIA-DMK formations. Amid this, the CEO of Zoho, Sridhar Vembu, has put out a post on social media platform X endorsing the actor turned politician. In fact, that's something which is gaining a lot of traction, with even the likes of S. Gurumurthy suggesting that this might be indicative of change in political winds insofar as Tamil Nadu's Dravidian slant is concerned. Take a look.
The TVK has emerged as the big disruptor in Tamil Nadu. Some exit polls are also predicting the TVK will be turning kingmaker in the state on the 4th of May when the votes are counted. But ahead of this, Zoho CEO Sridhar Vembu is once again making news. This time he took to social media to post about what he terms the Vijay phenomenon. He quotes a farmer as saying that Vijay would cause a surprise at the booth level. The farmer was earlier a BJP supporter. He stated that the quote-unquote Vijay phenomenon should not be dismissed as just movies or glamour. He added that many people from various walks of life are pinning their hopes of change on Vijay. He ended the post by terming Vijay's political rise as remarkable. But Vembu's endorsement apart, Vijay is appealing to crowds of all age and religion. He has been visiting multiple temples, churches and mosques across the state in the run-up to the counting. Vijay is also set to visit the church in Nagapattinam, where he will offer special prayers at 5 a.m. tomorrow.
While it's always been anti-incumbency and alternate powers coming into the governance, either the AIADMK or the DMK, this time the exit polls gives a new number with the TVK in the lead. Sridhar Vembu, the Soho Corporation CEO and the founder, has took to Twitter to explain that how people even in the north want Vijay to come to power. He's explained that a man from Odisha who spoke to him said that he was a fan of Vijay and also told that his booth will expect a lot of people to vote for Vijay. This shows that the new trend and the new change is expected in the governance of Tamil Nadu. Especially the new voters are looking for a new party to take in charge. This shows that Vijay's TVK came in with a predominancy to make a third power. Whether they come to power, whether they will rule the state in the few days, we will know on the May 4th. This is Sharda from Chennai with Vijay Nandakumar.
All right, from Tamil Nadu back to Bengal where it all began, and it seems it's escalating. Things are getting hot. The district election officer, a DEO of South Kolkata, that's typically the district magistrate, has submitted a report to the Election Commission of India regarding the presence of Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee outside the strong room at Shekhawat Memorial Government Girls High School last evening. The report details how long she stayed. That's around 4 hours. The sequence of events. The visit took place on Thursday night. During that time, there were reports of scuffles between supporters of the Trinamool and the BJP outside the premises. Earlier, the state's CEO or the chief electoral officer had dismissed allegations regarding the strong room during a late-night press briefing. However, the commission sought a detailed explanation on why the chief minister visited the site and what exactly transpired. According to the DEO's report, Mamata Banerjee stated that she visited the location to highlight the need for better infrastructure for counting agents. Okay, now whether this is part of Bhawanipur or not, whether she went there as a candidate or as chief minister or as chairman of Trinamool, let's try to find out. Harsha joining us live for more on this from Kolkata. Harsha, what's the explanation given by Trinamool? Was the chief minister present there as Chief Minister of the state or as chairman of Trinamool or as candidate of Bhawanipur? Is the place in the Bhawanipur constituency, and what happens next?
So Abhishek, yesterday when she went inside that Shekhawat Memorial Girls High School, she went inside as a candidate. This CEO Manoj Agarwal also told us. But the Election Commission of India is worried about the situation that at night at that point of time, no one is allowed in the strong room. No one is allowed in the premises of where the EVM are secured in the strong room. How can a chief minister be allowed? And that was the reason why Election Commission of India today morning, Gyanesh Kumar only told CEO Manoj Agarwal precisely that he wants the entire report of the sequence of incidents and sequence of events, what transpired outside this particular counting center, and how come TMC and BJP supporters in huge number would have gathered outside the counting center when there's a protocol, there's a notification that in the 200 meters of the counting area, no one will be allowed. Then how come such clash broke out? And DO, District Election Officer of that particular Kolkata region, who is responsible for maintaining and apprising Election Commission about that counting center, has given entire report to the CEO, to the Election Commission of India, CEC Gyanesh Kumar, that what all transpired, the timing when Chief Minister arrived there, what time the clash broke out, what time Chief Minister went inside, and what all she did inside the premises of the counting center. And it was stated that she went inside to check the infrastructure for the counting agents and whether the infrastructure is well off there. That is what has been mentioned in the report. But to tell you that CEC Gyanesh Kumar is right now looking at the report which has been submitted by the district election officer, how this entire incident transpired, because Abhishek, this is against the MCC. This is against the 163 BNS which has been imposed around the counting center. No one apart from the ones who are allowed with the photo identity card are allowed to go inside the strong room, be it any point of time. Back to you.
Right. Obviously, if this is against the model code of conduct, action would be taken, and if not, then of course the matter would rest there. But the fact that Mamata Banerjee spent 4 hours outside the Strongroom campus shows the kind of restlessness that's there in the Chief Minister's mind, as also, of course, Trinamool to be doing that. On that note, we slip into a short break, but coming up on the other side, Republic scoop confirmed as the Election Commission officially decides to reduce the number of counting centers in Bengal from 87 to 77 to contain any possibility of post-poll violence.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसात, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach.
The result on the 4th of May will be the most important result since the national election mandate. In the middle of 2024, there were all these naysayers who said BJP is over, Modi has lost his aura of invincibility. They said Congress is back. It's a matter of time before Congress takes over Delhi. What happened after that? Ladies and gentlemen, Congress ruled 3 states then, they rule 3 states today. This election is significant. It is the most significant for the BJP. If the BJP wins Assam and can win Bengal and can gain vote share in Kerala and gain in the form of an alliance in Tamil Nadu, then trust me, this is the strongest ever BJP since 2014.
देखिए, बंगाल की पूरी जनता एक बात तय कर बैठी है कि 4 तारीख को दीदी को हटाना है और विशेषकर महिलाएं और सुरक्षा के और भय के कारण जो त्रस्त हैं, उनको एकमात्र होप है कि भाजपा सरकार आएगी तो उनके सम्मान की रक्षा होगी।
This is a fight between Tamil Nadu and Delhi. Tamil Nadu team versus Delhi team, because Delhi is trying to take control of Tamil Nadu like all the other states, but they've continuously failed in that agenda. Yes, definitely this is an ideological war, and definitely people of Tamil Nadu, our Tamil ideology, our Dravidian ideology will win.
The result on the 4th of May will be the most important result since the national election mandate. In the middle of 2024, there were all these naysayers who said BJP is over, Modi has lost his aura of invincibility. They said Congress is back. It's a matter of time before Congress takes over Delhi. What happened after that? Ladies and gentlemen, Congress ruled 3 states then, they rule 3 states today. This election is significant. It is the most significant for the BJP. If the BJP wins Assam and can win Bengal and can gain vote share in Kerala and gain in the form of an alliance in Tamil Nadu, then trust me, this is the strongest ever BJP since 2014.
headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Reports emerge that President Trump is set to convene a high-level meeting on the war in Iran as CENTCOM also briefs US President on the final blow to Iran. Reports emerge of cracks in Iran administration. Reports say Pezeshkian, Ghalibayev and others want Arakchi out. Jabalpur death toll rises to 9 after tourists' cruise boat capsized during a sudden storm. Several feared missing. Rescue operations are underway. Supreme Court grants bail to Congress leader Pawan Khera over forgery case but imposes restrictions on travelling abroad and directs him to cooperate with the probe. Clearest video of the shooter Cole Allen emerges. Fresh visuals show him racing past security while officials quickly respond by taking him down. Commercial LPG prices hiked by 993 rupees amid war, pushing cylinder prices past the 3,000 rupee mark. Petrol and diesel rates remain steady. Amit Shah addresses a massive crowd in Ladakh on Budh Purnima during his historic Ladakh visit, asserts only peace and compassion can solve unrest in the region. And India gross GST collections hit a record high of 2.43 lakh crore rupees in April 2026, marking an 8.7% year-on-year growth. Good evening, welcome to Republic. I am Rhythm. Viewers, the Congress veteran K. Sudhakaran sent letter to AICC recommending KC Venugopal for Chief Minister's post. The Chief Minister post fray continues in the Congress. Now, Congress leader and Lok Sabha MP K. Sudhakaran has also sent a letter to the AICC recommending KC Venugopal for the CM's post if UDF comes to power. K. Sudhakaran has created a ruckus for not giving him a seat before the assembly polls, as there was a decision not to field sitting MPs in the fray. Now it's become certain there's going to be a huge ruckus over the post once and if UDF comes to power. The faction feud brews within the Kerala Congress, as is everywhere. Now we are seeing in the Congress veteran writes a letter recommending KC Venugopal for the Chief Minister's post, and we're also getting to know the Chief Minister's post fray continues. I want to go across to my colleague Shankar joining us live from Thiruvananthapuram. Shankar, it's very clear that there's an internal feud within the Kerala Congress. Not the first time that we are seeing this. They've not even got the proper numbers out and there is already chaos. What's happening there?
Yes, exactly. Even before the proper numbers are disclosed, on the basis of exit polls and even before the exit polls, when the local body election results were announced 2-3 months back, the pointer was indicating an upper hand for the UDF in the upcoming assembly polls months ago. And even from that moment itself, the feud, the internal feud for the CM post had begun in the Congress party. Now it has been intensified in view of the exit polls. Like, days ago, in several public events of the Congress party, senior Congress leaders like PJ Kurin and others were recommending Ramesh Chennithala for the CM post. And at the same time, some other leaders, even the allies of the Congress party, Muslim League, the Jamaat-e-Islami and the Welfare Party of India and Social Democratic Party of India, these allies and even some sections of the Congress party have started backing V.D. Satishan for the CM post. And at the same time, now the K. Sudhakaran, who sent a letter to the AICC recommending KC Venugopal for the Chief Minister's post. Now there are three names: VD Satishan, Ramesh Chennithala, and KC Venugopal in the fray for the Chief Minister's post. Ramesh Chennithala in the 2016 Assembly polls, there were a high opinion in favor of this Ramesh Chennithala, who wants to become a Chief Minister at that time.
Yes.
But due to some reason, the party could not come to power, and he could not become the Chief Minister. In 2021 as well, the UDF cannot come to power. Now, in this election, the swing is in favor of the UDF, and there are high chances that the UDF may come to power. And by taking this into account, the UDF leaders are backing behind, UDF followers are backing behind three leaders for the CM post.
It's Congress versus Congress face-off. We're going to continue coming back to you. I'm sorry to interrupt you. The next news that's coming in is even more surprising and shocking. Viewers, Trinamool Congress MP Kalyan Banerjee sparks an outrage. He crosses the line. Series of personal attacks are made on the Union Home Minister Amit Shah. He calls him Gunda and Jalad, coward and a dirty man, during a speech in West Bengal on 28th April. Banerjee has alleged that the Election Commission was functioning in favor of the BJP. He's claimed Shah has come to the state to threaten opposition leaders. He's working only for the BJP, and Amit Shah came here and held out threats. That's what Kalyan Banerjee has said. Take a listen.
He is working only for the Bharatiya Janata Party. And Amit Shah came here and held out threats. A Home Minister being a Gunda. He's a Gunda. He's a Jalla. He's organized the entire thing, sitting here in 15 days. How to remove Trinamool Congress? How to attack them? Give the police personnel all power so that arrest them. Amit Shah has done it. Amit Shah has done it, all these illegal activities. He's a dirty man. Completely dirty man. His original was in at Gujarat was Gunda. Gundami is in his blood. And he has organized and government set up Gundami. And the learned lawyer of the Election Commission has said the governor's house is the control room. Can you imagine where we have gone in West Bengal? Is it a free and fair election? Is it free and fair election? He is working only for the Bharatiya Janata Party. And Amit Shah came here and held out threats. A Home Minister being a Gunda. He's a Gunda. He's a Jalla. He's organized the entire thing, sitting here in 15 days. How to remove Trinamool Congress? How to attack them? Give the police personnel all power so that arrest them. Amit Shah has done it. Amit Shah has done it, all these illegal activities. He's a dirty man. Completely dirty man. His original was in at Gujarat was Gunda. Gundami is in his blood. And he has organized and government set up Gundami. And the learned lawyer of the Election Commission has said the governor's house is the control room. Can you imagine where we have gone in West Bengal? Is it a free and fair election? Is it free and fair election?
The TMC MP crosses the line. BJP candidate Priyanka Tibrewal responds to Kalyan Banerjee's threats. She claims the TMC is preparing for losing in Bengal.
See, they have lost from everywhere. They are nowhere on the ground now. This is nothing but sheer frustration. And that is so much visible. And I believe they have some dope effects also. So a dope test has to be done on most of the TMC leaders. The way they are, shouting from the very first day when the process of SIR started, they did not want that SIR should take place. Thereafter, when the central forces came in, they did not want that the election should happen under the vigilance of the central forces. Now they are crying foul over the, the machines and the strong room and all that. They were so equipped with the process of cheating under the State Election Commission that they exactly know what had went wrong, because they were the people who had done all sort of such things. But now, since vigilance is so strong, nothing can happen, so they are crying foul. So let them cry foul, doesn't matter, because people of Bengal have heard their abuses on TMC by the way of their votes. They have taken out, they have willingness to vote for BJP. And now they are left with no options. TMC has to see that Kamal har jagah khil gaya hai.
Seen that there are many insults that are being heard, but do you feel that there is a lot of, what we see is that the TMC is so spooked by even the numbers that have come out, or we've seen that the kind of turnout is being witnessed. Perhaps that's also one of the reasons why the leaders, the MPs from the Trinamool are resorting to such antics now.
Everybody has seen their drama. Nothing is now left. They know everything is over. Now they are so scared what will happen on the 4th, because on 2nd of May in 2021, the way they spread violence everywhere in Bengal. But I would like to tell them that this is BJP and our culture and ideology is completely different from yours. So we assure you that there won't be any violence anywhere in West Bengal, unlike you guys did in 2021. So don't be scared. Peacefully stay at your places.
There has been allegations of manipulation that have been put to rest by the Election Commission, but we see that the outrage among the TMC, the workers and the none other than the BJP, I beg your pardon, the TMC chief and the West Bengal CM is palpable. We see that she has been camping there at the strong room for a long time, and going on to, make several allegations which have been now thwarted, refuted by the Election Commission. What do you have to say about that entire episode?
Kalyan Banerjee has been very sound everywhere, whether it was the courts, whether it was on the streets, everywhere, he has been very vocal. So he should understand, being an advocate, that allegations are allegations without evidence. If they had any evidence, they would have produced it in the court of law, whether it was the High Court or whether it was the Supreme Court. Number of times he has gone. Now also he's there wasting the time of the courts, because he needs to understand that there are many important cases which has to be dealt by the court. So do not disturb the courts like this. And that is the reason now nobody is entertaining him, neither the Supreme Court nor the High Court. He has wasted all his energy, and that has gone all in vain, because everybody knows on the face of it that this is nothing but theatrics, drama.
Absolutely. Well, we see the response that is coming in from the BJP viewers, but the kind of language that has been used by several others also, Ms. Tibrewal, we've seen the kind of statements that have been given by some other leaders as well against Amit Shah. Time and again, because we've seen that Amit Shah has been, for a long time working in West Bengal very closely ahead of the elections. And from likes of Mahua Moito to many others, they've been making many claims against Amit Shah, against the Prime Minister also. And they've been raking up the sort of a sub-nationalistic kind of statements are also being made when the Prime Minister has jhalmuri, from the street vendor. They make statements and after statements against him against the top brass of the BJP. All the star campaigners have been targeted time and again. What do you have to say to all of them when they continue to make these these kind of statements, even going on to their state, talking about Gujarat, talking about who is outsider, the Boire Goto undertones in their statements continue?
Everything has failed. All their plans have failed, whether it was Bairagato, whether it was Bengali Ashmita, whether it was about the Bengali language, whether it was about taking names of all the great personalities of Bengal. Nothing worked this time. That is the reason they are so frustrated. That is the reason I would say that, bhai, hum to raste se ja rahe the, bhel mudi kha rahe the, tumko mirchi lagi to main kya karu? So that is exactly what has happened. See how low they have gone. They had nothing to talk about their work, if at all they had done in 15 years. Their entire campaign was throw BJP out. Their entire campaign was BJP should not win. But why? Give us one valid reason why BJP should not win Bengal. You were unable to state what work of development you have done in the last 15 years. People were frustrated with TMC. They gave a proper and fit response to that. Now that they are frustrated, nothing can save them. They know that very well because they have been missing from the ground. They have been missing through the rallies. That is the reason from the very first day they have been continuously abusing our Honorable Home Minister and Prime Minister.
All
but
right.
that would not work. Rather, it has gone against them. Again, I would like to say, tumko mirchi lagi to hum kya kare?
Now, viewers, from blood-fled polling booths and street clashes to allegations of EVM buttons being taped and also outright vote tampering, Bengal's election once again revealed their dark underbelly. But before that, I'm going to go across to the breaking news coming in from Punjab. We're now being told that the Aam Aadmi Party has won the confidence motion in the Punjab Assembly. This is the big news that's coming in. The Bhagwant Mann wins confidence motion in the Assembly. And these are the details that I'm just going to share with our viewers. The ruling Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab sailed through the confidence motion in the State Assembly moved by the Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann during the one-day session that was conducted today. Before the passage of the motion, Chief Minister Mann said the party was united, but it was moved to counter false rumours and news. He asserted the confidence motion should be passed unanimously in the State Assembly. He claimed rumours were being spread about him by the Congress, and with that, the Bhagwant Mann government passes the confidence motion in Punjab. This is the Bhagwant Mann saying all speculation has been put to rest. They won the confidence motion in the Punjab Assembly. Chief Minister has asserted of Punjab the result has been put to rest the speculation and that there is instability within the party. Remember all these rumours coming after the Aam Aadmi Party got a big setback in the Rajya Sabha when Raghav Chadha, in the backdrop of the political setback on 24th April, when 7 of the 10 MPs, including Raghav Chadha and others, resigned and joined the BJP, alleged the party had deviated from its core principles. The 170-member Punjab Assembly, the AAP holds a commanding majority with 94 MLAs. The Congress has 16 and Shiromani Akali Dal has 3 and the BJP 2, the BSP 1 and 1 independent legislature. The ruling party, remember, had issued a whip to all its legislatures to ensure a full attendance. While moving the motion, also Chief Minister had rejected there were claims of internal cracks, reiterating AAP's national footprint. He said the party continues to have a presence across multiple states, etc., etc. But the motion was passed. Mann hit out the rumours of a split in the party and said all speculations have been put to rest today regarding those who were saying 65 or 40 MLAs of AAP are going away. Bhagwant Mann, Punjab Chief Minister, confidence motion passed in the Punjab Assembly. He's now confident in saying that all the rumours have been put to rest of speculation about instability within the party. He says the motion had been moved during the special one-day session. There was a whip also. He hit out at the rumours of a split within the party. And viewers, this is very crucial because there was a lot of people talking after the political setback that the AAP got in the Rajya Sabha, with Raghav Chadha, Sandeep Pathak, Harbhajan Singh resigning and joining the BJP, stating the party has deviated from its course, that something would be brewing in Punjab. But right now, a confident Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann says the 117 Punjab Assembly, where they hold 94 MLAs, is going to go strong. He wins the confidence motion. Let's go across to the reaction coming in from the Punjab Chief Minister.
ਇਹ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੱਲ ਪਰਸੋਂ ਤੱਕ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਕਲੈਰਿਟੀ ਮੰਗੀ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਸੀ ਵੀ ਕੀ ਬਣੂਗਾ ਉਹ ਕਰੂਗਾ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਕਲੈਰਿਟੀ ਦੇਣੀ ਸੀ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਕਿ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਦਿਲ 'ਚ ਕੋਈ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਨਾ ਰਵੇ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਐਮਐਲਏ ਇੱਧਰ ਉੱਧਰ ਚਲੇ ਗਏ ਜੇ ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਗਿਣ ਲਿਓ ਜਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਆਉਣਗੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਗਿਣ ਲਿਓ ਤੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਬਲਕਿ ਉਹ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਗੈਰ ਹਾਜ਼ਰ ਰਹਿਣ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਵੀ ਅੱਧੀ VOTING ਹੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਰਵਾਇਤੀ ਹੋ ਗਏ, ਵਿਰੋਧ ਕਰਨਾ ਭੁੱਲ ਗਏ, ਜਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਜਾਂ ਹਮਾਇਤੀ ਹੋ ਗਏ। ਸੋ ਚੁੱਪ ਹੀ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਹੋ, ਚੁੱਪ ਹੋਣਾ ਵੀ ਅੱਧੀ ਹਮਾਇਤੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੱਲ ਪਰਸੋਂ ਤੱਕ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਕਲੈਰਿਟੀ ਮੰਗੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਸੀ ਵੀ ਕੀ ਬਣੂਗਾ, ਉਹ ਕਰੂਗਾ। ਮੀਡੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਕਲੈਰਿਟੀ ਦੇਣੀ ਸੀ, ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ, ਕਿ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਦਿਲ 'ਚ ਕੋਈ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਨਾ ਰਵੇ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ MLA ਇੱਧਰ ਉੱਧਰ ਚਲੇ ਗਏ ਜੇ ਉਹ, ਤਾਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਗਿਣ ਲਿਓ, ਜਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਆਉਣਗੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਗਿਣ ਲਿਓ। ਤੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ, ਬਲਕਿ ਉਹ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਗੈਰ ਹਾਜ਼ਰ ਰਹਿਣ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਵੀ ਅੱਧੀ VOTING ਹੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਰਵਾਇਤੀ ਹੋ ਗਏ, ਵਿਰੋਧ ਕਰਨਾ ਭੁੱਲ ਗਏ, ਜਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਜਾਂ ਹਮਾਇਤੀ ਹੋ ਗਏ। ਸੋ ਚੁੱਪ ਹੀ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਹੋ, ਚੁੱਪ ਹੋਣਾ ਵੀ ਅੱਧੀ ਹਮਾਇਤੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੱਲ ਪਰਸੋਂ ਤੱਕ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਕਲੈਰਿਟੀ ਮੰਗੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਸੀ ਵੀ ਕੀ ਬਣੂਗਾ, ਉਹ ਕਰੂਗਾ। ਮੀਡੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਕਲੈਰਿਟੀ ਦੇਣੀ ਸੀ, ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ, ਕਿ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਦਿਲ 'ਚ ਕੋਈ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਨਾ ਰਵੇ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ MLA ਇੱਧਰ ਉੱਧਰ ਚਲੇ ਗਏ ਜੇ ਉਹ, ਤਾਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਗਿਣ ਲਿਓ, ਜਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਆਉਣਗੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਗਿਣ ਲਿਓ। ਤੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ, ਬਲਕਿ ਉਹ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਗੈਰ ਹਾਜ਼ਰ ਰਹਿਣ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਵੀ ਅੱਧੀ VOTING ਹੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਰਵਾਇਤੀ ਹੋ ਗਏ, ਵਿਰੋਧ ਕਰਨਾ ਭੁੱਲ ਗਏ, ਜਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਜਾਂ ਹਮਾਇਤੀ ਹੋ ਗਏ। ਸੋ ਚੁੱਪ ਹੀ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਹੋ, ਚੁੱਪ ਹੋਣਾ ਵੀ ਅੱਧੀ ਹਮਾਇਤੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੱਲ ਪਰਸੋਂ ਤੱਕ
Lalit is joining us live on the story. Lalit, AAP wins the motion of confidence. The Aam Aadmi Party says that 94 MLAs continue to be with them. They had a whip. It's very clear they're extremely confident when it comes to Punjab.
Well, definitely, there has been a lot of speculation from the past couple of weeks when the 7 MPs merged with the BJP. After that, there has been speculations which was going around in the Punjab that around 48 MLAs of the Punjab Legislative Assembly were in touch with Raghav Chadha and Sandeep Pathak. So there was speculation that there has been an internal rift inside the party, and majority of the MLAs would join the BJP. So looking into this, a one-day special session was being called in the Punjab Vidhan Sabha, and after that today the motion of confidence was being passed in which around 85 MLAs of the Aam Aadmi Party passed and wins this confidence motion. So for the next 6 months now, there is no any such thing that the government can break in that sense. So looking into this, it's a very important update that around 85 MLAs were present inside the session when this confidence of motion was passed, and the Aam Aadmi Party has won this confidence of motion.
Thank you, Lalit, for giving us that detail. It's clear to see what needs to be done. Viewers, it's a top focus, but also coming up after a short break, we get you more details of the CEO of Zoho terming the TVK chief Vijay's political rise as remarkable, says that Vijay phenomenon in Tamil Nadu should not be dismissed. Much more after a short break. Stay on with us.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिम MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिम
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. the Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire and...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching The Verdict 2026 with me, Gesu Bharadwaj, on Republic TV. And viewers in West Bengal, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and the TMC Supremo alleged that the electronic voting machines were being fiddled with and they were being tampered in strong rooms. Meanwhile, the ECI has cracked down on that claim and said none of this is true at all. We're getting you all the details on what's unfolding and as we await for the D-Day on the 4th of May. But first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. ECI shuts down Mamata's claims on poll manipulation regarding strong rooms, states no CCTVs were turned off and 3-layer security is in place. Prohibitory orders at 7 counting centres in Kolkata. Huge cordon of Kolkata police officials and paramilitary forces laid outside Bhawanipur centre. Republic scoop confirmed as ECI officially decides to reduce the number of counting centres in Bengal from 87 to now 77. TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee threatens Amit Shah, uses words like coward, gunda, alleges centre misusing agencies against TMC before elections. CEO of Zoho terms TVK Chief Vijay's political rise as remarkable, says the Vijay phenomena in Tamil Nadu should not be dismissed. Republic's big scoop on AIADMK and TVK talks as TVK General Secretary confirms on record that no alliance talks have been held with the AIADMK. Lobbying begins in Congress for Kerala Chief Minister. Letter sent to High Command recommending KC Venugopal for the Chief Ministerial post. Viewers, now starting first, a political face-off that erupted just last night in West Bengal as Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee was in the midst of a storm. The TMC Supremo, in fact, reached Bhawanipur's strong room and remained adamant that she be let inside. It soon escalated to her alleging that CCTV cameras were turned off and the electronic voting machines were being manipulated inside these strong rooms. The Election Commission, however, was quick to counter her remarks. The dramatic incident led to a slew of political reactions. Take a look at everything that unfolded, right from the claim that was made and the claim that was debunked by ECI and everything else that follows along.
With exit polls predicting a BJP wave in Bengal, TMC seems to be growing desperate in its attempts to stay relevant. A high-voltage EVM drama broke out on Thursday night with the TMC once again claiming poll rigging. Less than 48 hours for counting and Mamata alleges that the ECI and the BJP were hand in glove. She claimed she wasn't allowed to enter the strong room in Bhawanipur, that CCTV showed BJP opening ballot boxes. The CEC quickly countered TMC's attempts to create a bigger drama.
वो पोस्टल बैलेट का रूम था, ठीक है, उनको काम करना था, 4 बजे तक कोई नहीं आया, इसलिए काम उनको 4 बजे स्टार्ट करना है। उसके बाद जब काम कर रहे थे उसके बीच में जो है हलचल सुन के 2 कैंडिडेट आए, एक इलेक्शन एजेंट आया, उन्होंने कहा ये क्या हो रहा है देख लिया। उन्होंने स्ट्रॉन्ग रूम जहाँ पे उनकी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी का वो रखा हुआ है ईवीएम, वो देख लिया, पूरा सील्ड है, जैसे सील्ड था वैसे ही है। वो लोग चले गए। उसके बाद जो है हम लोग जो है हल्ला गुल्ला मचा था, ये हो गया वो हो गया। उसके बाद जो है सब एक्सप्लेनेशन हो गया, वहाँ ठीक हो गया, सब चले गए। और हम प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं एक्सप्लेन करने के लिए, ताकि एकदम क्लियर रहे कि इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया कोई भी चीज़ जो है इलीगैलिटी कोई एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेगी।
The BJP-TMC face-off peaked on Friday morning with security being heightened across multiple strong rooms in Bengal. As per the new regulations, a commission official will now be stationed 24/7 in front of the strong room. Entry into the strong room will also be strictly controlled, requiring prior authorization from the designated officer. The existing 3-tier security system with the CAPF is currently being strengthened with additional deployment. Listen into what the Chief Election Commissioner of Bengal had to say.
कहाँ टेम्परिंग हुई है, कोई कंप्लेंट आया बताइए कहाँ पे हुई है। अरे एलिगेशन लगाने तो कोई भी एलिगेशन लगाए, टेम्परिंग कहाँ हुई है। ये पीएफ है वहाँ पे, पूरा सील्ड है वहाँ पे, 3 लेयर सिक्योरिटी है, कोई जा सकता है और टेम्परिंग कैसे कर लेगा।
Political reactions are emerging and the BJP has stated that Mamata is rattled.
देखो, रहने के लिए तो हर पार्टी का व्यक्ति नियुक्त होता है. हर पार्टी में स्ट्रांग रूम पर रहने के लिए हर पार्टी के एक व्यक्ति को नियुक्त किया जाता है चुनाव आयोग के द्वारा. लेकिन आप वहां भी जाना चाहती हैं जो आपका क्षेत्र नहीं है. कल तो आपने वहां के चुनाव आयोग के सीईओ का प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस भी सुना होगा, आपके जहां चला भी है. सच्चाई ये है कि ये बेचैनी है. मुझे तो ये लग रहा है कि ये पहले से भी कुछ गड़बड़ी करते होंगे स्ट्रांग रूम में, तो वही करने पहुंचे होंगे, पकड़ में आ गए तो धरने पे बैठ गए.
Listen into what BJP Shukanta Majumdar had to say in response to Mamata's actions in Bhawanipur.
देखिए, मुझे लगता है कि ममता बनर्जी कल से ही विरोधी मोड में चली गई है. उनको भी पता चल गया है कि बीजेपी की सरकार होने वाली है और इसलिए ये धरना प्रदर्शन जो विरोधियों का काम होता है, विरोधी पार्टी में जो रहते हैं, बीजेपी ने बहुत धरना प्रदर्शन किया. और जो एलिगेशंस हम पहले लगाते थे, हम डरते थे कि ईवीएम का चेंज ना हो जाए, तृणमूल कांग्रेस ऐसे करने में वो माहिर है वहाँ पे, तो स्वाभाविक रूप से वो उस तरीके की एलिगेशंस आज ममता बनर्जी और उनकी पार्टी के लोग लगा रहे हैं, जो दर्शाता है कि ममता बनर्जी भी अंदर से मान चुकी है कि उनकी पार्टी जाने वाली है, उनकी सरकार जाने वाली है.
All eyes are on the political developments in Bengal, with multiple tight margins on the exit polls and a fiery rivalry breaking out ahead of counting day. The 4th of May is on track to be a volatile and an unpredictable day.
The showdown between the Election Commission of India and TMC Supremo Mamata Banerjee continues in West Bengal. That, by the way, just went to its second phase of polls on the 29th of April. With the D-Day of results pegged on the 4th of May, let's take a look at everything that Mamata Banerjee has said against the ECI's handling of the elections in the state. Now, Mamata Banerjee claims that there were CCTV footages that show that BJP workers were let inside strong rooms where they managed to fiddle with the electronic voting machines. Now, on the other hand, the ECI, the Election Commission of India, says that none of this happened. They have refuted all of these claims. They said that no CCTV cameras were in fact switched off inside these strong rooms. Claim number 2. Mamata Banerjee also says that boxes were opened without the candidates being around or without the polling agents being around. The ballot boxes were opened. Now, Election Commission of India, on the other hand, says that these postal ballot rooms, the strong rooms, are under a thick 3-layer security and nobody entered these rooms to open the boxes or the ballots. In fact, another claim that she makes is that there was a breach at the Netaji Indoor Stadium strong room. She is referring to a particular strong room where she says that there was a breach of transparency and a secret breach where in fact ballots and votes were fiddled with. But the ECI, on the other hand, again says that all political parties and candidates remained informed. There was no breach and the process has been thorough and transparent. In fact, moving on, TMC Supremo also says that cross-electoral fraud under ECI's protection is taking place in the state. So she has made big claims. She says that the Election Commission of India is in fact siding with the opposition, the principal opposition, Bharatiya Janata Party. On the other hand, the ECI says, we've gone to another page. I would request you to come back because we were still completing what the ECI wanted to say on the matter. But talking about another claim that's made by Mamata Banerjee, she says that she was not allowed to enter the Bhawanipur strong room. Remember, in the middle of the night yesterday, she goes to the Bhawanipur strong room asking and in fact demanding to be brought inside the room. Now, the ECI said that all procedures will be followed strictly, which means that nobody allowed to enter the strong rooms without any permission, prior permission. Viewers, in fact, getting in a big breaking development now. Repolling is supposed to happen across 11 polling booths in West Bengal tomorrow. Repolling will happen in 4 Diamond Harbour polling booths tomorrow. Remember, Diamond Harbour remained under severe contention by the TMC and the BJP, and a total of 11 stations will now go back up for repolling in West Bengal. This comes after various cases of EVMs being fiddled with came to fore from places like Falta, North 24 Parganas and even South 24 24 Parganas in West Bengal. And now the ECI says that repolling will be held in at least 11 stations, and that will be held tomorrow. Remember, it's also very important for the procedural repolling to be held before the results are announced on the 4th of May. And keeping that in regard, the Election Commission of India now says that repolling will happen across 11 booths just tomorrow. Now remember, all the adults will have to go back, the voters will have to go back to exercise their franchise once more. In fact, joining me live is my colleague Harsha. Harsha, you've been tracing the story since morning. You know, earlier the Election Commission said that over 30 booths will go for repolling, and now there is a confirmation that at least 11, with at least 4 that are out of Diamond Harbour, to go up for repolling once again. What more details can you get us, Harsha?
So, Biswa, I'll break it down for all our viewers to understand exactly what the Election Commission has stated in its notice. So, an order has come from Election Commission of India, where the Election Commission of India has stated that on 2nd of May, repolling will happen on 11 booths of Margarhat Paschim and also on 4 booths of Diamond Harbour, which we have been stating since morning that these are the places where exactly the tampering was done. But, Gesu, regarding 30 booths of Falta, that notice, that order is yet to come. The Election Commission of India has only sent out a message that the Falta repolling order is awaited. It's still not out. That means the special observer who has submitted a report on the Falta Assembly constituency regarding the number of polling booths, 30 polling booths in Falta, that order is yet to come. The Election Commission of India is right now examining the report of the special observer on Falta, and that is the reason the order is being delayed. But for now, we know that tomorrow, 2nd of May, because Gesu, I was again and again, stressing upon this need of repolling tomorrow, because tomorrow is the only time, tomorrow is the only day when exactly the repolling can happen, so that on 3rd of May, all the EVMs of that repolling booths reach to the strong room, and on 4th of May, the counting of each and every assembly constituencies and number of polling booths could happen peacefully. So for that, tomorrow is a very important day, because in Diamond Harbour and Margarhat Paschim, where the highest number of tampering in the polling booths were reported, those all will go for repolling tomorrow. We have to wait for a few minutes. I think in another 15 minutes to 30 minutes, the order for Falta will also come out. Only the Falta order is awaited from the Election Commission of India. Rest, the repolling where it was supposed to happen, where the reports were found of the EVM tampering, the VVPAT tampering with the machine, and also the ballot was taped. In all those places, repolling has been ordered. This is a big news for today, because these are the places where the desperate attempts by TMC supporters were seen for the EVM tampering. Hindus were blocked from voting. The BJP candidates were not allowed in the polling booth. The webcasting of that particular polling booths were not done. It was not recorded. The network operators have been asked to submit the detailed report on it. Probe has been initiated. Inquiry has been set up. A lot has happened on all these polling booths where exactly the tampering took place. So we are expecting that tomorrow repoll goes peacefully, Gesu, because that's the most important thing for tomorrow. Because again, there should not be any sort of violence and unrest in the polling booths where the repolling is happening, and the EVM should be safe and sound. Back to you.
In fact, also speak to us about the 11 polling booths that we're eyeing. We know that these polling booths could be across areas. That has not been defined yet in the first information that we've received. But since you're on ground, Diamond Harbour has about 4 polling booths of these 11 that will go up for repolling. Speak to us about whether or not some share in these polling booths is also from areas like Falta, where exactly you were on the 29th and you saw what unfolded. Taping and tampering of the EVMs took place. That is, in fact, the first cue from where the Election Commission even began thinking about repolling over practices like these that were, marring multiple polling booths across West Bengal. Harsha.
So, Gesu, Falta comes under Diamond Harbour. Diamond Harbour has 7 assembly constituency, but in entire all those Diamond Harbour, only Diamond Harbour's polling booth has been notified by the Election Commission of India. Falta is yet to come. I understand there are a lot of lot of assertions regarding Falta from the side of the TMC party that repolling was not needed, but there's a lot of weight also amongst the BJP supporters and amongst the candidate of the BJP from Falta of the repolling of the Falta Assembly constituency, because there were narrow lanes, there were small villages in their assembly constituency. The polling booths were set up, around the water body, in the small villages, in the minority places where the minorities are in majority, where Jahangir Khan had an influence in all that place. But Falta also being the very important place and crucial, that day it was a news since morning. We remember Suvendu Adhikari was posed with this question of Falta, and he stated that Home Minister has been apprised about the Falta situation and some necessary action will be taken against those who didn't let people, Hindu community, vote in the Falta region. In fact, now the details are also coming out how the close aide of Jahangir Khan stopped Hindus from voting and going to the polling booth, and how the EVM tampering was done. It was Jahangir Khan's close associate who led the taping of the EVM ballot button of the BJP in the polling booths of Falta. So what majorly we are waiting for is that Gesu, the order on the Falta. But before that, Margaret Pashchim and Diamond Harbour are very important regions in Diamond Harbour. Diamond Harbour is also one of the assembly constituency where exactly this issue happened, and there are 4 polling booths of Diamond Harbour. We reported that day also that how in Diamond Harbour there were the huge security forces deployed, but in fact, even after the deployment of security forces, it was the network operators, it was the jamming. The networks were jammed or they were hacked. How could the webcasting couldn't happen of those polling booths? Because Election Commission of India was not aware of the webcasting, completely halted in those polling booths. If on that day only Election Commission would have been apprised about the issue of network, of the webcasting, presiding officer would have looked upon this issue. But Election Commission of India was not aware about it on the polling day. That is the main reason why the repolling has been called in the Diamond Harbour polling booth as well. So these are the turn of events, what happened on the polling day on 29th of April, which have transpired for the repolling on 2nd of May, which is tomorrow in Diamond Harbour. And right now in Margaret Pashchim, we are waiting for the Falta order to come ASAP. Back to you.
Definitely. Thanks for getting us such a detailed lowdown, Harsha. In fact, all eyes will definitely be on the 11 repolling booths in West Bengal. Viewers, now shifting focus. BJP's Priyanka Tibrewal, in an exclusive conversation with the Republic, states that TMC and Mamata Banerjee will fall flat and lose major stronghold in West Bengal. She in fact goes on to add that this is due to the Hindu vote consolidation that the state has seen after yesteryears. Now let's listen into this entire conversation that breaks down what the BJP thinks is going to work in their favor and going to take away TMC's vote in the state of West Bengal.
पश्चिम बंगाल में काउंटिंग से पहले रिपोलिंग की बात से लेकर के टीएमसी के एलिगेशंस लगातार बढ़ते हुए हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए बीजेपी की नेता प्रियंका टिब्रेवाल मौजूद है, जो एंटाली से जिन्होंने चुनाव भी लड़ा है। प्रियंका जी, कल रात की घटना आपने देखी, आप खुद नेताजी सुभाष इंडोर स्टेडियम में थी, जो कि काउंटिंग सेंटर है, और शेखावट पे जहां पे ममता बनर्जी खुद पहुंच गई थी, कहते हुए कि नहीं डिलीट हो रहा है, वोट कोअर्जन है। क्या कहेंगे आप, तिलमिलाहट है?
देखिए, बौखला गए हैं, संतुलन बिगड़ गया है, क्योंकि जमीनी स्तर पर ये समझ गए हैं कि हार गए हैं। अब उस हार को स्वीकार करना इनसे हो नहीं रहा है। तो इसीलिए पहले आप शाम का वीडियो देखिए, आए कि हम 2026 से ज्यादा सीटें लेकर के आ रहे हैं, 2026 से ज्यादा सीटें लेकर के आ रहे हैं, तो क्यों दौड़ते दौड़ते पागल के जैसे आप गए वहां? ये साफ इससे पता है कि अब ये थिएट्रिक्स हो रहा है, ड्रामा हो रहा है। पहले का वीडियो बनाया कि 2026 सीटें आ रही हैं, फिर जाके बनाया देखो चीटिंग हो रही है, ताकि अब मुंह खोल करके ये लोगों को बोल सकेंगे काउंटिंग के दिन कि देखिए भैया हमने बताया था चीटिंग हो रही है, चीटिंग हो गई, वरना तो हम जीत ही गए थे। तो ये सब कुछ नहीं है, ये नाटक है, और इस नाटक से अब कुछ नहीं होने वाला है। जनता ने अपना जवाब जो है वो वोटिंग के माध्यम से इनको दे दिया है।
लेकिन प्रियंका जी, जिस तरीके से अब रिपोलिंग की बातें सामने आ रही हैं, फाल्टा में 30 बूथ, मगराहाट वेस्ट में 11 बूथ, डायमंड हार्बर में 4 बूथ लगातार, तो ये बात तो सही है कि भले हिंसा नहीं कर पाए, लेकिन किसी तरीके से ईवीएम टैंपरिंग की कोशिश पूरी हुई थी।
अरे चोर चोरी से जाए, सीना जोरी से ना जाए, वही बात हो रही है। इनको इतनी आदत हो गई है, जैसे किसी गंजेड़ी को गांजा पीने की आदत होती है, नशा करने की आदत होती है, वैसे तृणमूल के रग रग में चीटिंग घुसी हुई है। इसलिए इतना सब कुछ होने के बावजूद भी ये ऐसे लातखोर हैं, तो ये चीटिंग किए बिना मान नहीं रहते। तो कहीं ना कहीं कोशिश करी, क्या फायदा हुआ? रिपोलिंग हो जाएगी,
लेकिन आप खुद वहां पे मौजूद थी, जो मंजर था रात का हम लोगों ने देखा, किस तरह से टीएमसी के सपोर्टर बैठ गए, शशि पांजा खुद बैठ गई थी, कुणाल घोष बैठ गए, लगातार आरोप लगा रहे इलेक्शन मशीनरी पे, पैरा फोर्सेस पे। क्या लगता है, डेस्परेटनेस है, रैटलनेस है?
एकदम भाई, इतने साल ये लोग जो सत्ता का मजा उठाते आए हैं, अब वो सारा सब कुछ खत्म हो गया। ना रहेगी सत्ता, ना रहेंगे वो तेवर, तो उसको सोच करके ये डाइजेस्ट नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। देखिए भाई, जनगण का फैसला जो है वो आखिरी फैसला है और आपको उसे स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा। मैं तो यही कहूंगी, क्या भूल हुई है उसे देखिए, उस पर काम कीजिए। अभी आने वाले 5 सालों में जनता के लिए कुछ काम करने के लिए अपनी योजना बनाइए, लेकिन ये योजना फिर भी किसी काम की नहीं रहेगी, क्योंकि अब 50 साल तक ये नहीं आ पाएंगे।
आपको लगता है कि ममता बनर्जी को ये महसूस होना शुरू हो गया है कि वो विपक्ष में बैठने वाली हैं?
वो ये भी नहीं कर पाएंगी। विपक्ष में बैठने के लिए भी एमएलए बनना जरूरी है ना, जीतना जरूरी है। भवानीपुर तो वो हार रही हैं, तो विपक्ष में बैठेगा कौन? मुझे तो लगता है उनके इतने दिन खराब आ जाएंगे कि विपक्ष का नेता उनको बॉबी हकीम को बनाना पड़ेगा।
जो पोस्ट वायलेंस को लेके बात कही जा रही है कि काउंटिंग डे के दिन अभिषेक बैनर्जी ने चेतावनी दी कि 4 तारीख को 12 बजे के बाद देख लूंगा। ममता बनर्जी कह रही हैं अपने कार्यकर्ताओं को कि मजबूत रहिए, ये सब रिग्ड है, ये सब प्री प्लान्ड है, ये सब कुछ नहीं होगा, सरकार तो हम ही बनाएंगे। तो क्या मैसेजिंग कर रहे हैं? क्या डीमोटिवेट हो गए उनके कार्यकर्ता?
देखिए, अभिषेक बैनर्जी की बात ही मैं उनको सुनाऊंगी और वापस कहूंगी, बाप के बेटे हो तो 4 तारीख पश्चिम बंगाल में ही रहना। बाप के बेटे अगर हो तो भागकर अपने ससुराल बैंकॉक मत चले जाना।
एक और बात प्रियंका जी, जो माहौल इस वक्त पश्चिम बंगाल का बना हुआ है, सेंट्रल फोर्सेस की डिप्लॉयमेंट अंदर से लेके बाहर तक, आप मान रही है कि काउंटिंग डे के दिन वायलेंस नहीं होगा, ना होने दिया जाएगा, जो कि हमेशा से इतिहास रहा है पश्चिम बंगाल का, बिना किसी हिंसा के यहाँ पे कोई भी चुनाव संपन्न नहीं हुआ है?
देखिए, इस बार भाजपा जो है वो पश्चिम बंगाल का नया चैप्टर खोल रही है और इस चैप्टर में वायलेंस के लिए, दंगों के लिए, भेदभाव के लिए कोई जगह नहीं है। हमारा चैप्टर का इंट्रोडक्शन ही डेवलपमेंट से शुरू होता है।
अपनी खुद की सीट आप निकाल रही हैं?
जनता ने निकाल दी मेरी सीट,
जनता ने निकाल दी?
बिल्कुल निकाल दी। और स्पेशल धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगी इंटाली के उन हिंदुओं का जिन्होंने एकजुट होकर के मुझे वोट दिया।
यानी कि आप लोग को पता है कि इस बार पूरा पोलराइज हुआ है चुनाव?
पोलराइज हुआ या नहीं हुआ मुझे उससे नहीं कुछ फर्क पड़ता, लेकिन मुझे ये पता है कि इससे पहले जो इंटाली में चुनाव हुआ था वो एक तरफा जो है मुस्लिम वोट्स पर ये तृणमूल जीत करके आया था। इस बार भी उन्होंने अपनी पूरी ताकत लगाई, लेकिन कुछ ऐसे पढ़े लिखे मुसलमान हैं जिन्होंने भाजपा को भी वोट दिया है, क्योंकि वो जानते हैं कि यहाँ पर मैं जीत के आऊंगी तो डेवलपमेंट का काम होगा।
एक आखिरी सवाल, लगभग कितना माना जाए, कंफर्टेबल विन कहा जाए, या फिर लगता है कि नहीं, जो एग्जिट पोल्स बता रहे हैं 150 से 170 के बीच पार्टी सिमट के रह जाएगी, या स्वीपिंग मैंडेट ही आ जाएगा? क्या भापा है भाजपा ने?
जनता का आशीर्वाद बताएगा, लेकिन जीतने के लिए जितनी चाहिए उससे ऊपर ही लाएंगे हम।
Viewers, that's all that we could wrap for you in this edition of The Verdict 2026. But don't go anywhere. On the other side, Congress veteran K. Sudhakaran has now sent a letter to AICC recommending KC Venugopal for the chief ministerial post. We're getting you all of that on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है! अरे मेरे राजा,
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है! स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
राजा प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TM की बात एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Reports emerge that President Trump is set to convene a high-level meeting on the war in Iran as CENTCOM also briefs US President on the final blow to Iran. Reports emerge of cracks in Iran administration. They say Pezeshkian and Ghalibaf and others want Arakchi out. Death toll rises to 9 after tourist cruise boat capsized during a sudden storm. Several feared missing. Rescue efforts underway. Supreme Court has granted bail to Congress leader Pawan Khera over the forgery case, but they've imposed restrictions. He cannot travel abroad and have directed him to cooperate with the probe. It's the clearest video of the shooter Cole Allen that has emerged now. Fresh visuals show him racing past security while officials quickly responded by taking him down. Commercial LPG prices hiked by 993 rupees amid war pushing cylinders and prices past the 3,000 rupee mark. Petrol and diesel rates remain steady. Amit Shah addresses a massive crowd in Ladakh on Budh Purnima during his historic Ladakh visit, asserts only peace and compassion can solve the unrest in the region. And India's gross GST collections hit a record high of 2.43 lakh crore rupees in April 2026, marking an 8.7% year-on-year growth. Good evening. Welcome to Republic. I'm Ridhuma. Top focus viewers. Bengal remains unpredictable. Exit polls are split. 5 predict a BJP breakthrough while 2 foresee a TMC victory. As the state awaits the May 4th results, data points to a fierce finish in a race that's going to close to a call. Take a look at Republic's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami's analysis on Republic's mega poll of polls.
Pradeep, you've chosen not to reveal your numbers on Bengal. But you told me yesterday that you would try one more time. You had said yesterday that I will try one more time to see whether I can go and do a survey. Did you try to do that?
Yes, definitely, Arnab. Today we tried hard enough and tried to speak, but it happens to be the presidency and most number of seats in the second phase. And it is getting worse in Kolkata. I would say yesterday in rural areas, 6 to 7% people is not willing to speak. Here, number is 7 to 8 people not willing to speak to people. I mean, and that's the methodology we follow, face-to-face interview across the constituency. And with representatives.
What is the demography you're looking at? What kind of demography are you looking at? You're saying Kolkata. What kind of people are you speaking to? People in lower economic clusters, people in high-rise apartments? How do you decide?
First and foremost important is gender, which is 50-50, which is the largest demography in that sense, the representative. The second most important in case of Bengal, it differs from different state to state, is the caste. Caste meaning 3-4 major castes here when it comes to presidency. One is the scheduled caste, the general class, the minorities, and there is no question of ST in Kolkata. So these are the 3-4 major castes when it comes to Bengal, and that too it comes to the city.
So Pradeep, my here today I have 2 other pollsters with you, and this question must be addressed. Some of our viewers are asking, if people are not talking to Access My India, how are they talking to Matrix? If they are not talking to Pradeep Gupta, how are they talking to PMark? Do you have an answer for that, Manojji? You put out your polls, you said 68,000 sample you have got. आपसे बात करें, उनसे बात नहीं करें, ये मैं समझ नहीं पा रहा.
नहीं, मुझे तो आश्चर्य इस बात को लेकर क्या 2021 में बताया जा रहा था कि हम पोल किसको कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस समय भी तो सारे पोल किए थे. माई एक्सेस भी किया था और मैं
एक्सेस ने भी किया था.
तो क्या उसमें और आज के अंतर में क्या हुआ? दूसरी बात है कि जब हम बार-बार ये कह रहे हैं कि बंगाल में भय का वातावरण है, किससे भय है? ममता बनर्जी से
ममता से भय.
और जब जो नहीं बोल रहा है, यानी को भय से नहीं बोल रहा, तो ममता का वोटर नहीं हो सकता है. क्या हो सकता है ममता का वोटर?
असंभव है.
तो
अभी इस वक्त बहुत ड्रामा हो रहा है वहां पे, देखिए
इलेक्शन का कोई मतलब कि हम नहीं कर पा रहे।
आपने जो सवाल इनको पूछा तो ये जवाब दे दे। वहां पे बहुत ड्रामा हो रहा है कोलकाता में, वहां पे कुणाल घोष आई थिंक कुछ प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं, ममता बनर्जी ड्रामा करने पहुंच रही है, शशि पांजा भी उनके साथ है, बहुत ड्रामा आज रात को होने वाले। ममता बनर्जी बोल रही है मैं वहां पे बैठ के चौकीदारी करूंगी, जो वहां पे स्ट्रॉन्ग रूम से
सब कुछ दिखा रहा है कि जो बीजेपी 2021 में कर रही थी
जी, वो
आज टीएमसी को करना पड़ रहा है
जी। मगर ये सवाल मैं चाहता हूं प्रदीप गुप्ता जी, जस्ट कमिंग टू अनिमेश, प्रदीप गुप्ता जी, ही हैज आस्क्ड अ क्वेश्चन टू यू कि 2021 में आपसे बात कर रहे थे, 2026 में बात नहीं कर रहे, ये कैसा हो रहा है?
देखिए 2021 में भी 20 से 30% लोग बात नहीं कर रहे थे बंगाल में, लेकिन इस समय जो है इस पोल में जो है बिकॉज ऑफ मल्टीपल रीजंस, जैसे मैंने कहा SIR है वगैरह वगैरह, और भी ऐसे विषय आ चुके हैं सामने कि लोग बहुत ज्यादा डरे हुए हैं, वो बात अननेसेसरी प्रॉब्लम में नहीं आना चाहते। व्हेन यू नॉक द डोर एंड इट्स नॉट दैट कि हम सामने रोड पे उनसे बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं, नो, पोलिंग डे के दिन आज के समय में एग्जिट पोल अलाउड ही नहीं है एज पर ECI गाइडलाइन।
अच्छा, ये कोई अभी ड्रामा हो रहा है? 1 मिनट में लाइव जाता हूँ, ये लाइव तस्वीरें हो रही है, लग रहा है कुछ हो रहा है वहाँ पे। अब हम रिपोर्टर अगर हैं वहाँ पे तो मैं दिखाना भी चाहूंगा, सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस पुलिस के बीच में कोई झड़प हो रही है। आई थिंक इट्स अ सेटअप गेम Mamata is doing out there. Animesh has a question also. Animesh, how come people are talking to you and not talking to him? This I find strange. You know, are you using different methods? Because yesterday Pradeep Gupta said that I send my people on the ground. He said the people on the ground, 5 of his people got arrested while they were on the ground. Why were your people not arrested? Why are people talking to you? I'm not understanding this duality.
No. I think West Bengal is definitely a unique state, and even our teams have faced challenges in both 2026 and 2021, and especially when the winds of change are much stronger, right? The people are much more hesitant to come out in face-to-face interviews and come out with
but what percentage were not willing to talk to you? See, he says only 7 to 8% were willing to talk to me, which means 92% are, no, what did you say, Pradeep Gupta? Is that
7 to 8 not ready to talk to us?
What percentage?
70 to 80%.
70 to 80% were not willing to talk to you. What was the number for you, Animesh, who were not willing to talk to you?
It was closer to 50%. So
50% were not willing to talk to you also.
That's correct. Whereas the national average that we face is around 20 to 25%.
One minute. What percentage were not willing to talk to you? Everybody was willing to talk to you. I'm asking you, Manoj ji.
नहीं ऐसा
नहीं ऐसा कुछ था कि आपके पास भी
नहीं था। देखिए क्या था कि इलेक्शन के 3 महीने तक इस तरह के माहौल थे कि लोग जवाब नहीं देना चाहते थे। जैसे हम लोग सर्वे करते हैं तो एरर में जो आता है, जो नहीं बताना चाहते कि भाई हम किसी को बांटे, वो होता था 33-34%। लेकिन जैसे जैसे इलेक्शन पोल का नियरेस्ट आता है समय, तो लोग उसको रिप्लाई करते हैं कि नहीं हम वोट दिया था। और इस बार तो बंगाल में मैंने आश्चर्य इस बात को है अर्णव जी कि जब मैं खुद बंगाल में खड़ा था पोल के दिन, और मुझे लोगों ने खुलकर बताया कि ऐसी ऐसी बातें हैं, मुझे तो लगा
ये कैसे हो रहा है प्रदीप गुप्ता जी? अगर मैं
साथ समस्या हो सकती है,
उनकी समस्या पे मैं उनकी समस्या है और उस पे मैं कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहता, मगर मैं एक नॉर्मल क्वेश्चन इज कमिंग टू माय माइंड प्रदीप। वी रिस्पेक्ट योर डिसीजन संजू, आई एम कमिंग टू, जस्ट लेट मी गेट दिस सेफोलॉजिकल पार्ट राइट। The point is, viewers, that if 50% of the people are not willing to talk to PMark, if 70% of the people are not willing to talk to Access My India, and if we assume that 70% of the 50% are supporting the BJP, because the assumption is that the BJP worker would be more scared to reveal their political preference, right? Then I think the cumulative number would be much more for the BJP, right, Pradeep? This is just common sense.
I don't want to speculate on this direction because those who haven't spoken, how can we say that they are favoring to this party or to that party? I mean, this is something common sense, as you rightly pointed out. But beyond common sense, we have to do the statistical analysis. And for that, my sample is not representative enough at this point of time. All I can say is this.
High Court has dismissed the petition which you put against the Chief Electoral Officer's decision to deploy only, and I repeat, only central government employees as counting supervisors for the assembly elections. You said, no, one minute. The judge has rejected the allegation that central government officers are going to work for the BJP. Okay? And now they have, I'll tell you what they said. Only the counting supervisor and the counting assistants will not be in the vote counting room. Micro observers, counting agents of the candidates who are contesting the elections, and counting personnel will also be in the counting room. Therefore, it is impossible to believe the allegations made by the petitioner. Your candidates have their representatives inside the counting room, which means the only reason that you are doing this is because you know that you are losing. So you need to do some drama. You're a drama party, loser party, drama party. Your crime syndicate is not lasting, Sudipto. The court, are you questioning the decision of the court? Then go to the Supreme Court. 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 Go today. Who's stopping you? Go.
Go and knock on the door.
Go to the court.
Everyone has the liberty.
The High Court has said this is rubbish. High Court has said that your allegations have no basis. You have no respect for the court. You think you're above the court of the country, above the election commission, above everything?
What court has decided, everyone will accept it. Definitely.
No, you are not accepting it. Your leader is not accepting it. Your leader is rejecting it. Your leader is doing drama. If your leader is a problem, go to the Supreme Court.
Everyone has the liberty to go before the court. The Constitution has given the power.
So you have the liberty, exercise it, man. Exercise your liberty.
Go before the court.
Exercise your liberty. Don't do the street drama.
It is a normal procedure. It's a judiciary. It is a judiciary.
Mamata Banerjee has won 3 assembly elections in a row. Did the BJP ever say that Mamata Banerjee's victory was not fair? Why is it that now when exit polls are saying BJP will have a clean sweep in West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee has started howling, Mahua Moitra has started crying, Derek O'Brien has started abusing, Piper has started maligning, everyone from the BJP, right from Amit Shah to Narendra Modi, ये डर अच्छा है. और इस डर के कारण जो जनता आज तक TMC को वोट देती आ रही थी, वो डर खत्म हो गया. And thank God
the
for
point
Amit
is,
Shah,
the point is, 1 minute. The point is, I just want to speak logically. The point is, Sudipta, can you give me a moment? Sudipta, एतो भय पेते नहीं. Don't be so scared.
Armed force धक्का मार के
कोई धक्का नहीं मार रहा है. स्ट्रॉन्ग रूम में लॉक्ड अप है, लॉक्ड अप. EVMs are locked up.
आज वो मारा गया है.
अरे भाई साहब थोड़ा पढ़ लिख कर आया करो डिबेट पर. You don't even know how the electoral process functions. You're coming and making reckless allegations. Ballot boxes, EVM machine.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a remarkable situation here today. Let me tell you, Pulla, I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like it. Even after more than 35 years, when the left lost power, I learned from Buddhadev Bhattacharjee, learned from Jyoti Basu, learned from the great people in the left. When they lost power after more than 35 years, they said, okay, we accept the verdict, we are going to sit in the opposition. Erokom drama koreni kintu.
Let the mandate.
No. She's winning, Anna. Why do you think she's losing? 1 or 2 polls say it.
But if she's losing,
she's winning. But even, what makes you think that 1 or 2 polls she should go home, fold her chair and sit at home?
Pulla.
DMK Pulla Rao ji.
No, but let me see. Right? Mamata is somebody I also know. I've seen her. Mamata is somebody I know.
Why aren't you using this feed? Use the Republic Bangla feed.
Mamata Banerjee's retainer.
Ladies and gentlemen, some more dramas. Is there live pictures? Are these live? Now Trinamool and BJP. Where are my live visuals? Take the straight Republic Bangla feed. Don't you know Republic Bangla is the fastest, quickest network? We cut the visuals of Republic Bangla and put it out there. Now the question is, Pulla, you have exercised every single option. Har cheez kar liye. Now, you went to the court and court told you, listen, how can you talk like this? You still have a problem with the High Court, go to the Supreme Court. But this is crazy behavior by you. And Kapil Madan, this has never happened. If she's going to be such a bad loser, then people will laugh at her even more on Monday.
Kapil and Pulla. Election so far. She's never lost.
Well, the left had also never lost.
Never lost.
The left had never lost.
From 85.
At one point of time, Jayalalitha had never lost.
And she vanquished the left.
No, sometimes, someday, everybody loses.
No, but not
even DMK will lose.
Part of democracy. That is not the question.
I want to tell you, what is Mamata Banerjee saying? She's saying basically that the strong rooms are going to be broken into. The BJP is going to enter the strong rooms. The BJP is going to break the locks. The BJP is going to break the EVMs. And the BJP is going to subvert the entire electoral process. That is unadulterated garbage and rubbish. And I'll tell you why. Because in this very place, which is the one constituency drama happening, Beleghata, Kunal Ghosh is among the people, she's the Trinamool spokesperson, among the people who has got a letter from the returning officer saying, in reference to the above issue, you are requested to remain present and to observe the entire process of segregation of postal ballots at the district strong room located in Shudiram Anushilon Kendra. So the Trinamool Congress has been told, Sudipto. So your lie I am catching, the Trinamool Congress, Kunal Ghosh was told to be present and he was present during the segregation of the polling ballots. So this has all happened before him. So you have been caught lying. You have lied. You have lied about democracy. No. This letter, a copy I have. Should I send you the letter copy right now? Should I send you the letter? Someone from my guest relations team send him the letter. Send it to him. Send it to him so you can see your phone. No, I'm sending it to you. Niranjan is sending it to you right now. Our team is sending you the letter. Acknowledge the letter and call Kunal Ghosh a liar on my program. Because Sanju, I have got the letter.
What Mamata Banerjee has said in the video, you should rely on that. Mamata Banerjee.
In fact, the first person to whom the letter is sent is Kunal Kumar Ghosh, All India Trinamool Congress.
Exactly.
Second person is Paramita Roy, CPIM. Third person is Partha Chaudhary, BJP. Fourth person is Shahina Javed, Indian National Congress. Fifth person is Jayanti Mitra, SUCI. And after that, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 independent candidates. You are a liar. I have caught your lie. The letter is being sent to you. You say that I am a liar. I have a letter. I have the letter. I have sent you. Please see your phone. Please see your phone right now. Please open your phone, sir. Your phone is right there in front of you. Open your phone, sir. See the message I have sent you. Please open the file. Open the file, sir. The letter from the office of the returning officer, 164 Beleghata Assembly Constituency, North Kolkata Electoral District. Please open the letter, sir. Please open the file, sir. Please open the file, sir. Please open the file.
This guy is a rabid liar.
Open the file. Open the file, sir.
Of TMC is thuggery, vandalism.
Sudipta, open the file.
Yes, I have seen it.
What have you seen?
I have seen it. I am checking it.
What have you seen?
On live TV.
But
He's
Mamata
scared.
Banerjee,
No. What have you seen? No. What have you seen? I sent you the letter, sir. Kunal Ghosh was sent the letter. Send it to Sanju also. Send it to Sanju also. Don't put your... You see it. Read it. Read it. Live television. Send it to Sanju
You
also.
have exposed him on live TV. He did not see this
Sudipta
coming.
exposed Trinamool.
He thought he could bluff his way through.
No.
You can't bluff your way through with Arnab Goswami. You should have done some big
Sanju, you also have the letter now. Sanju, open your phone. Sanju, see the letter.
It is nothing to do with this letter.
Or if the letter is from the letter is as per due process, your candidate is told to be present in the strong rooms.
Room should be secured by the party workers.
You think
because there can be from the summer past experience in Nandikam, she has shown her concern.
Assembly constituency.
And
letter addressed to Kunal
every political leader has their own right to secure
Jayanti Mitra, Abhijit Hazara, Deputy Dev, Nazir Ahmed.
So what? What you are reading, madam?
जो यहाँ पे हंगामा हो रहा है
11 people. Letter has been addressed to 11 people. people, including TMC, including CP,
share kiya. Mr. Manoj has shared one thing with me. 1 minute. Manoj wants to share something. Manoj, who's the founder of Matrise, the director of Matrise, the polling agency, wants to say something about this constituency. Yes, Manoj.
हाँ, ये जो एरिया है जहाँ पे हंगामा देख रहे हैं आप, और ममता जी भी आकर आ रही हैं, उनका खुद भी विधानसभा यहीं पे पड़ता है और सारे स्टॉक रूम में जो आकर ईवीएम है, और यहाँ पे पिछली बार 2021 में देखेंगे कि टीएमसी पूरी तरह से एक तरफा जीत हासिल की थी, और इस बार उसको लग रहा है कि ये बड़ा नुकसान जो मुझे होने जा रहा है इस एरिया में होने जा रहा है, जबकि अदी स्ट्रॉन्ग रूम में सबसे ज्यादा पहरा कहीं पे है तो इसी एरिया में है। अदी उनको जाना था तो आप उत्तरी और दक्षिणी के भाग में जाते हैं जहां पे लोगों की पहुंच कम है, चाहे आप परगना साउथ और नॉर्थ का ले लीजिए।
So which means you are saying that even she is worried about losing places which she swept last time.
हाँ, तो ये सबसे यहाँ पे उनको लग रहा है कि मैं 30 से करीब 30 सीटों का मेरा लॉसेज हो जाएगा, जो सेकेंड फेज का ये एरिया है, और यहाँ पर 30 का होगा और 18 का पहले का आंकड़ा ले ले तो जो पहले हम लोग ने एग्जिट पोल में दिखाया है, मुझे लगता है कि वो आंकड़ा उसी एरिया उसी जगह पे जा रहा है। और ये परेशानी जो दिख रही है कि जाकर स्टॉक रूम के आगे अच्छा शांतिपूर्वक कोई बता दे कि भैया सीआरपीएफ लगने से चाहे सेंट्रल फोर्स कितने लोगों को हंगामा नहीं हुआ, यदि किसी को वोट नहीं देने के दिया गया तब 92% हो गया, तो क्या अब बाहर से सेंट्रल फोर्सेज लाकर 100% पोल कराए? तो ऐसा तो था नहीं, सारे लोग पोल कर रहे हैं।
Animesh has not spoken much. Dr. Animesh Pandey, tell me, you said 50% of the people did not speak to you. Would you also believe most of them would be pro-BJP?
Correct. If the winds of change, especially the voters who want to vote for change, they will definitely not come out, or will be more reluctant, hesitant to come out. And I totally agree with what Mr. Manoj is saying, right? The phase 2 was the critical phase for TMC. That is where they were expected to sort of cover the lead and probably progress towards victory that BJP was gaining in phase 1, where it was anyway expected to gain at least 25 to 30 seats. This is where they thought that we will be able to gain 60 seats. But at least as per our polls, and our polls were probably one of the first that came out, phase 2 is where TMC is getting the biggest hit compared to 2021. Everybody expected BJP to sweep phase 1, which is the North Bengal area. But Kolkata, the North Pargana, South Pargana, I think that is the area where, and that is where probably why the drama is happening and why such a stringent protection and dharna is happening.
So phase 2 has gone worse for them.
Yes.
An experienced politician like Mamata Banerjee would know it, no?
I think definitely she would have definitely got the ground feedback. I think TMC has a much stronger booth cadre than probably among many of the political parties across India. So she would have got some feedback, and that is why she's doing what she does best, which is what being on the road and probably doing a dharna.
It's going to be very difficult for her to keep her party together because there's no ideology of Trinamool Congress. As Sudipta will agree, it's a party without ideology. It's a party whose entire purpose is to retain power. And they have, over the last 5 years, especially delegated the power to different people like Shah Jahan, like this Jahangir.
Yes.
They've got the local gundas in charge.
And we get to you after a short break. Republic's big scoop on AIADMK and TVK talks as TVK General Secretary confirms on record there is no alliance talk that has been held with the AIADMK. 2026 verdict. All the news right here on India's favorite news channel. Stay on with us.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole.
Was Bhagwat Mann drunk? Shut the door to alcohol test. Tipsy-turvy Punjab politics debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management.
Commercial and jet fuel prices hiked. The tightrope walk on fuel prices. For how long can government hold out? Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management.
The result on the 4th of May will be the most important result since the national election mandate. In the middle of 2024, there were all these naysayers who said BJP is over, Modi has lost his aura of invincibility. They said Congress is back, it's a matter of time before Congress takes over Delhi. What happened after that? Ladies and gentlemen, Congress ruled 3 states then, they ruled 3 states today. This election is significant. It is the most significant for the BJP. If the BJP wins Assam and can win Bengal and can gain vote share in Kerala and gain in the form of an alliance in Tamil Nadu, then trust me, this is the strongest ever BJP since 2014.
Was Bhagwat Mann drunk? Shut the door to alcohol test. Tipsy-turvy Punjab politics debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management.
Commercial and jet fuel prices hiked. The tightrope walk on fuel prices. For how long can government hold out? Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
And welcome you watching a special broadcast. The final countdown has begun. Is there some sort of nervousness within the Trinamool Congress camp, with Mamata Banerjee camping outside the Strongroom? The other big state that we are tracking very closely is Tamil Nadu. What seems to be a big surprise, Vijay's blockbuster entry. Over the next 1 hour, we take you through all that has developed in the last few hours and what are we to really look ahead. What are the big takeaways from the poll of polls? All this and much more, Akshat.
Absolutely. We're bringing you all the latest and breaking it down for you as we build up to the 4th of May with the biggest team here on Republic TV. Time for the quick headlines right now, and then we get into the details of the top stories of the day.
ECI shuts down Mamata's claims on poll manipulation regarding Strongroom. States no CCTVs were turned off and 3-layer security is in place.
Election Commission confirms repolling to take place in 15 booths in Bengal, including the 4 booths in Diamond Harbour.
Prohibitory orders have been imposed outside counting centres. Counting centres have now been reduced.
Republic scoop confirmed as ECI official. The Election Commission officially decides to reduce the number of counting centres in Bengal from 87 to 77.
Trinamool Congress parliamentarian Kalyan Banerjee threatens Amit Shah, uses words like coward, gunda, alleges centre misusing agencies against Trinamool Congress before elections.
Zoho CEO terms TVK chief Vijay's political rise as remarkable, says that Vijay phenomenon in Tamil Nadu should not be dismissed.
Republic's big scoop on AIA, DMK and TVK talks as the TVK General Secretary confirms on record that no alliance talks have been held with the AIA, DMK.
And lobbying begins in Congress for the Kerala Chief Minister post. Letter sent to High Command recommending KC Venugopal for Chief Minister's post. All right, viewers, we have now received an update coming in. This is from Bhawanipur. Now, Shuvendu Adhikari of the BJP has reached the strong room, and we're getting more and more updates from ground zero. Now, this development comes in after the Election Commission refuted all claims by the TMC and Mamata Banerjee of a strong room mishandling and EVMs being tampered.
Well, in fact, this is what has happened with the Trinamool Congress making a direct allegation against the Bharatiya Janata Party, saying that they've come across CCTV footage of a counting centre. In fact, this was from outside a strong room where the Trinamool Congress says that the segregation of postal ballots was actually taking place in the absence of Trinamool Congress agents. And they allege that BJP agents were present when the segregation was actually taking place. In fact, a counter basically comes in from the Election Commission of India, where you've had the Bengal CEO saying that a mail was in fact sent to the party asking them to be present when the segregation of postal ballots take place. But it turns out that Trinamool Congress polling agents did not turn up. Now, that's what the position that was taken by the Election Commission of India. This is what leader of the opposition, Mamata Banerjee's principal challenger, Shuvendu Adhikari, had to say outside one of the strong rooms in Bhawanipur.
देखिए, जो हुआ मंगराट वेस्ट में वेलकम है। डायमंड हार्बर में हाउस भी 11 बूथ में होना चाहिए था, ओनली 4 बूथ में हो रहा है और पूरा फॉल्टा सेगमेंट में होना चाहिए, कम से कम 60 बूथ में तो होना ही चाहिए।
फाल्टा का अभी तक ऑर्डर नहीं आया है, लगता है फाल्टा का आएगा ऑर्डर।
कुछ ना कुछ सोच रहा है, उसमें कोई प्रोसीड्योर होता है, वो सीसीटीवी फुटेज और दूसरा ऑब्जर्वर का रिपोर्ट, प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर का हैंडबुक, थोड़ा कुछ सिस्टम है, वो सिस्टम लेकर वो कर रहा है। हम लोग तो इलेक्शन कमीशन का पूरा सम्मान करता हूँ, ममता बनर्जी जैसे करती है, हम लोग तो इस तरीके से बात नहीं करते। देखिए, जो हुआ मंगराट वेस्ट में वेलकम है। डायमंड हार्बर में हाउस भी 11 बूथ में होना चाहिए था, ओनली 4 बूथ में हो रहा है और पूरा फॉल्टा सेगमेंट में होना चाहिए, कम से कम 60 बूथ में तो होना ही चाहिए।
फाल्टा का अभी तक ऑर्डर नहीं आया है, लगता है फाल्टा का आएगा ऑर्डर।
कुछ ना कुछ सोच रहा है, उसमें कोई प्रोसीड्योर होता है, वो सीसीटीवी फुटेज और दूसरा ऑब्जर्वर का रिपोर्ट, प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर का हैंडबुक, थोड़ा कुछ सिस्टम है, वो सिस्टम लेकर वो कर रहा है। हम लोग तो इलेक्शन कमीशन का पूरा सम्मान करता हूँ, ममता बनर्जी जैसे करती है, हम लोग तो इस तरीके से बात नहीं करते.
Let me also go across to my colleague Harsha, who's joining us in this broadcast. Harsha, you have Election Commission of India fact-checking Mamata Banerjee. But the question here is this, to the Election Commission of India with regards to the presence of BJP polling agents. Trinamool Congress says that if at all their agent was not present, why is it that the segregation happened? Is there any response really coming in from the Election Commission of India?
See, Shravan, Election Commission of India has already clarified, not today, but yesterday only, and simultaneously again and again Manoj Agarwal is iterating the same thing, that a mail was sent. In fact, a message was also given to TMC leaders and candidates as well to be present at around 4 o'clock when the segregation of the postal ballot will be done, according to the Assembly constituency. But they waited for the candidates or the agent of TMC, but none of them appeared in front of the strong room or the EVM or the premises where the EVM VVPAT machines are kept. In the strong room where exactly the process was scheduled to happen. But when they didn't turn up, the agents which appeared that time, in those presence, the postal ballots were segregated. So it was not the issue of the Election Commission of India, or neither it was the issue of the CEO of West Bengal. Today morning again, when I spoke to Manoj Agarwal, he clearly stated that there's a process. We have to process, we have to do the process time, you know, in a set timeline, and there's a process because the strong room was locked. It was sealed in presence of candidate, observers and agent. After that, during that time also, the candidates were informed about it. In fact, Shashi Panja and Kunal Ghosh both, who sat there for dharna, they were the first one to be informed about that TMC agents have to be present. But none of the TMC agent or candidate appeared in front of the strong room at the time when the segregation was taking place. So a process has to happen. A process has to happen, Shravan. So it's not the prerogative of the Election Commission of India if the agents don't turn up. They have to do the required things for the segregation of postal ballot. They did. And there was no message also which was conveyed from the TMC party or the agents that they will not be appearing. So 15 minutes they waited for the candidates to appear or the agent to come. But when they didn't come, the segregation of the postal ballot was done. That was the clarification and the response which came from the CEO of West Bengal.
Well, Rakshita, as far as Trinamool Congress is concerned, they are maintaining that they have received the letter. They say that they've received the letter. The polling agent wasn't present, number one. Number two, they also make another assertion that if Trinamool Congress wasn't present, why was the BJP there? They could have had the segregation at a later stage. Now, that's the position that has been taken. In a short while from now, we'll have Union Minister Sukanta Majumdar who will be joining us. Rakshita.
Absolutely. Sukanta Majumdar, in fact, has joined us live right now. And thank you so much, Mr. Majumdar, for joining us on the broadcast here. As we just get the news of Mr. Shubhendu Adhikari reaching the Bhawanipur polling center now, sir, this has become a war zone just, a few hours, 24 to 48 hours to go for the, for the counting. And this has turned into a war zone now. How do you see the TMC leveling allegations after allegations, and then Election Commission clearly refutes it? So what is your counter to the TMC's position that is being put up?
Now see, all the allegation that has been, given by the TMC on the Election Commission, and it was, the befitting reply they have received from the Election Commission of India, and it was total dramabaji, nothing more than that. And most importantly, the behavior of Mamata Banerjee herself and her party members, showing the panicness and the unrest within the political leadership of TMC, because they even know that on 4th of this month, 4th of May,
Mr. Majumdar,
when the result will
I want to stick to, the allegation here, the reason why, and perhaps in a short while from now, I'll ask our producers to pull out the CCTV footage that has been doing the rounds. Tell us, Mr. Majumdar, is it true that the BJP polling agents were present when the segregation of ballots were taking place? And if that is the case, why couldn't the State Election Commission wait, because your principal opponent happens to be the Trinamool Congress? The agents were not present. They could have done that a little later.
Now see that they mailed all the agents, all the parties rather I should say, they were mailed by the Election Commission of India. And I am not here to represent the Election Commission of India.
I am here to represent my party. So from that line, I can say we have received the mail, and that's why our representative may be there. But simultaneously, at the same time, TMC has received the same mail. But the question should arise, why did not they participate? That is the question. No? Why did not they participate? So this is the question should be asked to the TMC party.
Okay, Mr. Majumdar, with regards to what's really happening right now in Bhawanipur, in fact, some suggest that within the Trinamool Congress, because of an extra deployment that has taken place of the CAPF and the fact that polling agents of the Trinamool Congress are not being allowed to be in that area. That's the allegation that is now being leveled. So is there a level playing field right now?
It is a level playing ground, and the thing is that TMC is habituated of rigging vote for several years. And it was started by the left parties first, and those machineries actually shifted from left to TMC after the formation of the TMC government. And now these people are habituated of doing the fake voting, booth jamming, source jamming, which is unique in the state. And this time, Election Commission could carve all this, all these kind of machineries that was used by TMC in previous elections, in 2019, 2021 especially.
Right.
So this time, TMC could not do what they wanted to do. So that is the thing.
Do you believe with this repolling that has now been ordered by the Election Commission of India, particularly in Falta area, Jahangir Khan's stronghold, do you believe that is going to be turned around? Because Diamond Harbour and the area where Trinamool Congress has been dominant, do you believe things are going to change for the Bharatiya Janata Party, particularly in what was seen as Abhishek Banerjee's stronghold?
See, I won't agree with you because it is not a political stronghold. Otherwise, this is not the first time that the BJP's candidate names, the name was covered black tape or brown tape, rather I say, sellotape, during the election this time. Not only this is last time, even in 2024, similar kind of, tactics was used against BJP candidate. At that time, BJP candidate was Abhijit Das. Against him, his name was also covered by this sellotape. So if you have a political, that means political dabdaba, political over-dominance over there, then you should not have this kind of hatkandes, this kind of, trick tactics to deter voter from voting to BJP.
Okay. Rakshita.
And I believe that if free and fair poll happens, then obviously it will be a good chance for BJP.
Shravan, we're also getting an update that TMC leader Shashi Panja has reached the State Election Commission in Kolkata.
Okay.
So
we'll try and take those visuals and also get Mr. Majumdar to respond to that. Mr. Majumdar, these are the latest visuals now coming in of Trinamool Congress leader Shashi Panja reaching the Election Commission office in Kolkata. Now, you will say that it is about nervousness. It is nervousness within the camp. But is there any merit to it? Because turn the table, if you were in their position today, then you would have also done the same thing, protect yourself, because you feel that somewhere down the line there is so much of mechanism, state mechanism that has been brought in. The centre has basically come into the picture, the Election Commission of India bringing in with this large-scale deployment that has taken place, which again many would say is unprecedented in nature. You would have also done the same thing?
See, first of all, first time the people of Bengal, they are watching this kind of unrest and this kind of, desperateness among the TMC leadership. So there must be a reason. And that reason is because they are passing under the fear psychosis now. Because they even know whatever the report they have received from their machineries, that is political machinery, that BJP is going to win the election. So that's why this kind of desperateness is, it has been observed among the TMC leadership. I would like to say that much only.
Okay. One final question before we let you go, Mr. Majumdar. Would you agree that as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, the edge basically comes in because there was some sort of polarization that you have done. The polarization is that Hindu khatre mein hai. And this entire polarization has actually helped you because Hindus have come out in large number to vote this time.
So obviously, polarization is a factor. And the Hindus such mein khatre mein hai. The incident those happened in last few years in Murshidabad, in Samserganj, in Mothabari. Whether that is an illusion? No, those are not illusion.
Okay.
Two Hindus, those are secular Hindus, member of left parties and Congress. Hargobind Das and late Hargobind Das and Chandan Das, father and son, they have lost their lives. Why? Only reason, they are Hindus, nothing else. Because they are not a member of BJP or RSS. So Hindus are in danger. Mamata Banerjee and before Mamata Banerjee left parties, they have changed the demography of the state.
Thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. We are hoping that over the next few days, because the final countdown has begun, so let me make that, a request to you. We need to see you frequently over the next few days as our special broadcast, as our countdown has begun. Everyone wants to hear what Union Minister Sukanta Majumdar has to say and what the BJP is essentially looking at. What's the larger picture really? Will it be a repeat of what we saw last time when the exit polls went completely kaput? And now, or it's going to be a different scenario for the Bharatiya Janata Party? Thank you very much, Mr. Majumdar. Well, in fact, that was Union Minister Sukanta Majumdar making it very clear that these are tactics of the Trinamool Congress, which they've been quite used to it, because in the past too, Rakshita, if there is one defining image of Mamata Banerjee, is that someone who has been a street fighter. But you wouldn't have seen this similar sort of an image perhaps in the last elections when Mamata had rushed to the strong rooms. So is that an indication of things probably being a little difficult for Trinamool Congress? And the question here is about the second phase, because in the second phase, these were areas which were considered to be the stronghold of the Trinamool Congress, starting from Kolkata to North 24 Parganas to South 24 Parganas, as well as Purba Bardhaman. These are areas which were largely seen as Trinamool Congress pockets. Now, let me quickly take you to some of what we are seeing. These are the key seats. What has really changed for them? These are the top, the Trinamool Congress essentially banking on what they believe is the consolidation of the Muslim votes also. Now, take a look here. 70% for the BJP plus SC, ST again. That's where it's going to be a pivotal role that the SC, STs are going to really play right now. And if you really look at it, the percentage division that has been done, Hindi Bhashi about 70% for the BJP, Hindus about 60%, and you're looking at 7% for the Muslims here, as far as the BJP is concerned. Trinamool Congress, this is the division that we have seen last time. Clearly for the Muslims, about 75% have been backing the Trinamool Congress, about 35% the other Hindus, SC, STs about 30%. So SC, STs have largely been, the tribals have largely been with the BJP, Jungle Mahal areas, and these are the areas where they've done previously pretty well. So they would certainly be hoping that they repeat that same performance, hoping to coming back to power, Rakshita.
Right, but there could be, Shravan, because this has been the pattern over the years. But what about the other parties like that of Humayun Kabir or the AIMIM? Does that also take away from, does it dent the TMC's vote bank this time?
Let's be very clear. Trinamool Congress will certainly be affected if at all Humayun Kabir takes a small chunk of the votes there, because these are the border areas that you're talking about. And what is it that the BJP has essentially done? BJP has essentially gone to the Hindus in those very areas, saying that if you continue, supporting the Trinamool Congress, then the resources that you have access to, that is going to be limited. And these are outsiders who are coming in and taking away resources that belongs to you. That's the position that the BJP has taken. So certainly, Humayun Kabir taking away a little bit of the Muslim vote, and as far as Trinamool Congress is concerned, they would get affected if at all AIMIM, which may not play that big a role as much as Humayun Kabir might.
Right. In fact, we continue to show more, the statistics that we have gathered, the numbers that we have gathered, the stronghold districts, Shravan. Now, if you could just explain how the deletions this time, the SIR has been playing a very important part in elections this time around. So how many of them have been deleted? These are the TMC strongholds, as Shravan was telling us about. And these are the deletion, the number and the percentage. And the Hindu voters and the Muslim voters and the turnout. Because turnout, viewers, has to be read in terms of who actually holds the, has a stronghold in those particular areas, and of course the voters also, Shravan.
Well, in fact, this will give you a fair idea of whether at all we have sort of overhyped the voter turnout. Yeah. Because let's be very clear. While the Election Commission says that since independence, this is the maximum that you have seen as far as voter turnout in Bengal is concerned. But let's not forget that SIR marred voter turnout is what we are looking at, which means that the base has gone down. The number of voters may not have increased dramatically as it is being projected, because the base has really changed. I just want to go back to the first slide to quickly take you through some of the key areas, the deletions that have taken place. So you're looking at a clear 15% cut here in North 24 Parganas. North 24 Parganas, if I'm not wrong, you're looking at about 11 seats that had come in for the Trinamool Congress previously. South 24 Parganas, 16% cut. Kolkata, 17%. Kolkata, all seats had gone to the Trinamool Congress. Howrah, all seats had gone to the Trinamool Congress. So clearly what you're looking at, all these districts where Trinamool Congress has had a role, they've had a lead position, they were in pole position. Things could be a little different here, because if you look at the Muslim consolidation also, the Muslim consolidation, even if that happens, it's not going to really, perhaps push Trinamool Congress forward if this consolidation goes more towards the Bharatiya Janata Party, because the BJP is certainly hoping that this is what is going to work in their favor as full consolidation. If it takes place, you're looking at a 73% in North 24 Parganas, South 24 Parganas is 63%, Kolkata 76%, and Howrah 73%. Let's move on.
Right. So again, we see that this is the turnout. We can also see the turnout that was reflected here. I think this is also Nadia. We've seen Hooghly, we've seen Purba Bardhaman.
So here, it's very interesting. Purba Bardhaman is also the place where there has been highest voter turnout. Highest voter turnout has taken place. Look here, 80%. Hindu votes are 80%. And as far as Muslim votes is concerned, 19%. Which way is it really going to go? Because 91.6%. There is a bit of a correction probably we may have to make here, because North 24 Parganas was second in number. This number, it had gone up, if I remember correctly, as far as the Election Commission numbers are concerned. So clearly, if you look at it, this is where things could be a little different right now. These are key areas that you're looking at.
Right. In fact, we're getting in some breaking news updates. Also, we will be joined by our experts as well as we break it down for you viewers. These are critical 100 seats. We're talking about Purba Bardhaman, as Shravan was telling us. Average TMC win margin is 17,244. Voter deletion is 25,000. And this is somewhere, TMC won 16 out of 16 seats. North 24 Parganas is average TMC win margin 33,764. Average voter deletion is at more than 38,000. So this, of course, these are the critical seats for Mamata Banerjee. To understand the voter turnout, we have to understand what has happened earlier and what has been, of course. Okay, I think we have a breaking news coming in. We can go to it, and that is the TMC approaching the Supreme Court now against the Election Commission. Shravan, I think we saw it coming. TMC moving Supreme Court against the Election Commission just ahead of counting. The battle has gone from the ballot boxes to the court also. Now the Trinamool moving the Supreme Court against the Election Commission, and this fight has only escalated. Shravan.
Well, in fact, the Trinamool Congress is basically seeking an urgent hearing tomorrow And as the counting is to be held on 4th of May, what exactly is the controversy here? It is about appointing of only central employees as counting supervisors for Bengal elections. Now, Trinamool Congress has approached the Supreme Court of India, challenging the Election Commission of India's decision to appoint only central government or PSU employees as counting supervisors for the West Bengal elections after the Calcutta High Court dismissed its plea. Now, that's what the Trinamool Congress has been maintaining. In fact, they've asked for an urgent hearing to take place. We'll also bring in our experts right now just to weigh in as to what exactly is happening. And we'll go across to Ganesh Kumar and S.S. Sriram. Mr. Kumar, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Ganesh Kumar, what do you really make of the developments that are taking place, particularly in Bengal? One, Mamata Banerjee outside these strong rooms. Second, you have an argument that has been made by the Trinamool Congress that, look here, if BJP polling agents were present there and the Election Commission felt the need to carry out the segregation in their presence and in the absence of Trinamool Congress, then there is something really wrong.
Actually, this is the first time this kind of strong reflex has been done by Trinamool Congress. So far, they have been in the safe or in a stronghold kind of politics in Bengal. This is the first time they are being shaken up. Actually, the second phase of Bengal election made a strong comeback for BJP. And maybe that is the reason why Trinamool Congress is in such a fix or in such a hurry to do all these gimmicks or to do all these things to show like something has been done by the center or the Election Commission to derail their party. Actually, their party is in waning phase. So that is what the people are people in the Bengal are voting. So there has been a significant increase in various sectors where the voting population have come out in a large scale and they have voted in a large number. So maybe Trinamool Congress has got something or some idea that they may lose in this election. That is why they are doing this.
Mr. Ganesh Kumar, just a quick question with regards to, you're saying that there is an increase, but let's be clear here. And perhaps, Mr. Sriram, this can also be taken to Tamil Nadu because it is what is happening post-SIR. So the base, as far as the voters are concerned, that in itself has been lowered. Can you really be extremely gung-ho about the fact that, there is a, massive voter turnout that has actually happened when the base in itself has actually reduced? So it perhaps would be the same number of voters coming out and voting.
Is that question for me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I do agree to that. I mean, let's not take the voter turnout to be, too much of excitement there. SIR also has an opposite effect to it. But nevertheless, voting has been probably marginally much more than the previous, voting percentage that we would have probably thought or would have happened both in West Bengal as well as in Tamil Nadu. But I think overall the participation of people has been good and it's been exciting, and we are hoping that a change of governments in both in West Bengal as much as in Tamil Nadu as well. That's what we are expecting to happen.
So we'll just delve into the Tamil Nadu dynamics also right now. Stay on with us, gentlemen. Shravan, we also have to talk about the TVK factor that everybody is, very much excited about. Thalapathy Vijay could be the kingmaker also. One of the polls has predicted it to be the single largest party.
I wonder exactly how the AIA-DMK will come to terms with it, because for the longest time, the argument has essentially been that the AIA-DMK takes the hit. If at all Vijay gets a larger share, then it would be the AIA-DMK because they would be cutting into the anti-incumbency vote. Now, the question here is that, look at the numbers here. Initially, when the discussions were actually happening, everyone thought it would be around roughly about anything, a little over 10 seats, 12 seats, 20 seats. Sriram can actually come into the picture here. But the moment you had these numbers actually first coming in, Matrix started by guessing 10 to 12. So everyone thought, okay, that's exactly what was expected. Now, changing. P-mark goes to 16 to 26. And look at here. Today's Chanakya goes up to 63. Axis says, now it'll be quite interesting to sort of break it down as to why Axis has been saying that it can actually have the blockbuster entry 98 to 120. Is it because of the Christian votes that are that he has been really banking on? Because AIADMK's leaders had said it's not going to find any resonance to begin with. But clearly something has really worked in favor for Vijay, if at all these numbers are true.
Absolutely. In fact, we will connect with our guests on that. But before that, Shavan, we will again play out the important projections that we are looking at right now. We have these important, I think, constituencies where you have the edge given to a particular party. DMK has the edge with MK Stalin there. In Kolathur, this is the Matriz projection. In Tamil Nadu, in Cheppok, Tiruvallikeni is DMK again. That holds the edge. We can keep quickly moving so we have a fair idea. We can go to our guest on that. Edapadi Palaniswamy, AIADMK gets the edge there in Edapadi, of course, Palaniswamy getting an edge there. Perambur, you have Vijay, TVK getting that edge in Perambur. In again Tiruchirappalli right. East, you have TVK getting the edge. And in Mylapore, you have BJP, Tamilisai Soundarajan. Okay, we have TVK, I think. We've just a bit of an error there. We can shift our focus to another graphic. We have a Shavan. These are the projections that we have, giving us an overall picture. And I think you can take that question to our panelists so that we can get an insight as to how can we really read this?
Sriram, let's first begin with the basics. Did you really expect, this kind of a number projection for Vijay? Because yes, there is no doubt about the fact that you're looking at a generation which may not have actually seen the rise of the Dravidian politics. Some have already said that this is the end of Dravidian politics.
No, Shravan, see, I mean, we are getting too excited about Vijay. I mean, no doubt that Vijay is coming with a bang. No doubt he's coming with an impressive debut.
Why do you say that? Why do you say that it's an impressive debut?
Probably, let me complete. Probably he might end up doing well in the city pockets and in the B cities. I mean, forget the villages, forget the north and all those areas, the delta areas and all those. They are nowhere there. And that entire area is full of, people behind, AIADMK. He will do a good job. He will get about a 2-digit percentage of votes. I don't deny that. But then he's not going to become a kingmaker. He's not going to form the government. I have a huge reservation for this Axis My India to give him 120. Do you mean to say he's going to garner about 35% of vote in the very first election? Come on. He's not an NTR. He's not an MGR. And we are talking about, huge Dravidian party.
Can I ask you this? I know I'm not limiting this question to just these elections. Perhaps, for a state which has always looked up to celebrities who have actually played a very important role, someone who studied in Chennai, I can say this, the kind of, fascination that people have had with celebrities doing the rounds, and the fact that they found, there was a connect. Today, when I spoke to some of my friends in Chennai, they say that, look here, for the youth, it is important because they're looking for some sort of an alternative. Do you believe that this is the beginning of an alternative to the AIADMK and the DMK?
No, unless Vijay fights 2 elections consecutively, unless he proves his vote percentage consistently, at least 1 or 2 elections, then we will definitely take him seriously. Then we can probably think, yes, mind of and the young generation changes. I mean, there are youngsters voting for all the parties, be it ADMK, be it BJP. And I don't take this point to say that the entire young generations have moved towards Vijay. Honestly, the understanding of politics of the younger generation or the Gen Z is probably, they learn over a period of time. It is something of an euphoria and excitement. I mean, they connect, as you rightly pointed out, they connect well with Vijay. I love him as an actor, but I have a huge reservation as a politician to lead the state. Sorry, not that he comes and sits on the Chief Minister's chair on the day one. I mean, he has not even, campaigned more than 10 or 12 constituencies of 234, and you expect him to be the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. That doesn't go well with me. I'm sorry, I'll put my neck out and say NDA will definitely form the government. Now, it's too early. I mean, you have Seeman, who has been, fighting elections for the last decade or so, more than 10 years, and he's all alone a single guy. He's no big hero though he comes from the film industry. He's not a big time, screen dominant person, but he has garnered an vote of about 8% over the period of time. And that is why I said Vijay is probably doing an impressive debut of getting a 2-digit number. But that is to tell him that he's going to be the Chief Minister of the state. I have my opinions. Otherwise, please.
Well, in fact, Rakshita, what we will do is, Ganesh, I'll request you to stay on. And I want to take our viewers through some of these defining images, or, images which could actually alter the course of the political discourse in the state of West Bengal. If at all, the numbers that we've been showing, and perhaps you can put this on our screens also, the poll of polls, which the average of it shows that the BJP could be making an entry this time in Bengal. What perhaps could be the reason? Let's quickly take our viewers through some of those images, the videos, which we have pulled out to say that this has basically altered the course of political discourse in the state of West Bengal. Can we have those images on our screens right now? In fact, we'll do that. We'll do that right away from now. Now, first, I want to say that, okay, this is... This image that you see is what many would have said that this has been the political culture of the Trinamool Congress. Allegation of what they say is sellotaping democracy. Now, this happened in this elections itself when you've had one of the voters going in and seeing that the BJP symbol was sort of cut out with a sellotape on it. Now, this, let's take a look at the other big image that came in. Now, this image is from Sandesh Khali, where you've had women protesting, women demanding justice. Now, that had defined, many would say, in a way, the political discourse. Now, in Sandesh Khali, when a brutal rape had taken place, and the question was about Trinamool Congress strongmen's linkages to the case. And then, of course, what really happened in RG Court. Today, Rekha Debnath is a candidate from Panihati. She lost her daughter, and she said in the campaigning that she is seeking justice. Now, this image, where many would say that had evaded the trust over Trinamool Congress, because justice was not really delivered. Let's take a look at the other image. This image also indicated some sign of nervousness, because this was when the raids were being carried out at IPAC, which happens to be a private company, which is again a political consultancy firm engaged by the Trinamool Congress. But allegations of diversion of funds, money laundering had taken place, and you had the Chief Minister going in right inside and thereafter taking away the files which were basically being perused by none other than the Enforcement Directorate. Can we just have a quick word from Ganesh? Ganesh perhaps can also quickly tell us. Ganesh, you've seen some of these selected images that we have taken out, because we believe that in some way or the other, this has altered the course of discourse, discussion in the state of West Bengal. Ganesh.
Yeah, actually, this is what is happening in the Bengal right from the day one of the, when the election was announced, even before the election was announced. This is what TMC have been doing. We remember what happened in 2021 election, and then we know what was the law and order situation in Bengal in 2021, and then this is the first election after a very long period that less number of violence or less number of incidents is happening in West Bengal. That is what we are seeing. Even whatever we are seeing in the visuals today, these are very less number of violence or tampering when compared to 2021 or before those times. So what is happening is TMC is losing grounds. It is they are almost done in this election. That is why this kind of situation is happening in West Bengal. Even after doing all these things, we are not going to have a verdict which is going to project very good numbers for TMC. So what they are doing is like just they are making up, putting up a scene where they are trying to show like center is doing something, ECI is doing something. That's it.
Right.
But they are not going to win this election first.
Okay. Okay, I thank you so much, Ganesh, and thank you so much for joining us. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. We have some breaking news coming in from Ladakh as we speak. Home Minister has held a meeting with the Leh Apex Body co-chairman. He has met Thapstan Shewang, Haji Hanifa Jan, Ladakh Lok Sabha member Dr. Mohammad Jafar Akhnoon, CEC cum chairperson, Kargil Hill Development Council and sharing Dorje Lakruk, and also Sonam Wangchuk, Jamyang Sering. Okay, so this is a meeting that has just taken place, and during the meeting, primarily the discussion was around the holy relics. However, some leaders raised the issue of proposed subcommittee talks scheduled for 22nd of May and suggested that a meeting of high-powered committee should be convened also. All right, my colleague Zinat is joining us live on the broadcast from Ladakh. She's tracking this meeting. Zinat, if you could just share more inside details of this very important meeting that is underway.
See, Rakshita, for the last 3 days, there have been multiple developments as far as breaking the ice with the Ladakh leaders are concerned with the Union Home Ministry. This meeting yesterday took place when Home Minister Amit Shah was in Leh, and there were the back-channel talks. Although Home Minister Amit Shah had made it clear that he's here only to pay the respect to the holy relic and to make arrangements for the devotees so that there is a comfortable darshan. The meeting was attended by the leaders leaders from the Ladakh Apex Body. There have been the leaders from the Kargil Hill Development Council. Similarly, the climate scientist Sonam Wangchuk, who earlier was booked under NSA, and the BJP leaders were also present. Although the local leaders urged Home Minister Amit Shah that instead of having the meeting on 22nd of May, the subcommittee meet, he should chair high power committee where the powers are more and the decision can be taken, because the leaders of the Ladakh have been having the talks with the Ministry of Home Affairs since 2021. They have put out their demands for the for statehood and the 6th schedule, for which they have been fighting. There have been many clearances come from the centre indirectly that the demands can't be met. But meanwhile, the leaders say if centre cannot offer us this, what alternative is there to safeguard the jobs, land, culture, and also the fragile environment for which the leaders here are working. Meanwhile, we are seeing the LG Ladakh is having a positive approach on the ground when it comes breaking the ice and developing confidence among the Ladakhis here. The kind of environmental work the Ladakh LG has been doing by doing the plantation drive, because you have been traveling here in Ladakh. You know the high altitude sickness and how difficult the life in Ladakh is, for which the government of India with the union territory has taken up the project for the plantation so that the oxygen levels gets improved. Though it's a very tough terrain and such kind of projects do take time. Similarly, they are coming up with the multiple initiatives, and now recently we see that the Home Ministry has already announced for the creation of the 5 new districts, which has been a long pending demand of the people of Ladakh here and which has been met. Obviously, this will be seen as a confidence building measure coming in from the Ministry of Home Affairs, though the leaders also are pitching that the people who were involved in the violence that broke out in September 2025.
Absolutely, Zinat. Many thanks for joining us. That's all the time, unfortunately, we have. But Republic TV continues to track each and every update from Leh, from Ground Zero, and much more, Shavan, as we continue to get our viewers all the build-up in the run-up to 4th of May. Right now, it's time for a short break. But on the other side, it's time for the debate with Arnab Goswami at 8 p.m.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है जिंदल साथी सील है तो इसकी स्टेनलेस स्टील है क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे और जिंदल
जिंदल साथी सील है
तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Corrector, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी